Well. Happy birth. Nope. It's like Happy New Year. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining me today. This January 2nd of 2000 and what is it? 23. Goodbye, 2022. Let's get rid of that crappy year. It was a bad one, guys. We are in the new year, folks. And thank you all for joining me today. I do very much appreciate that. Good to be here with you guys again in this new year. Much appreciated. Thank you guys for joining me. 2023 is gone. Thank the Lord. Flush it down the toilet. So good to be here, though. Thank you guys once again for joining me. It's great to see you guys. We got some stuff to talk about today. Who is, and this is probably the one and only, maybe a couple times you'll hear me say it, but who is Bryan Kohberger? That is the topic today, folks. And we're going to talk about moving into some different cases. Of course, I am going to follow this case to the very end, as I said, trial and all that fun stuff. But it is time to move along, guys, and put our help where it is needed to some other cases. See what happens. Again, thank you guys for joining me today. It's so great to be here with you all. I'd have been here sooner, but some people distracted me today. Hey, what's up? How we doing today, guys? It's so good to see you guys. Thank you for joining me. Welcome, everybody. Yes, I was being distracted, guys. I don't know by who. I don't know. The angels kept me busy this morning, should I say. Diego's amazing moderators kept me busy this morning, I should say, harassing me over and over again. I did nothing to provoke it. I didn't even respond to it most of the time, but they just kept on harassing me over and over again. It's crazy. Welcome, meatballs. Come on in. Today, the sauce thickens. Join me, everybody. Let's talk about it. Who is Bryan Kohberger? We will find that out today, everybody, and I'm so happy that you're here with me to do that. Thank you so much for joining me again. Oh, pish, whatever. I know. I was attacked. I did nothing. I was laughing my ass off. I will say that much. Very hysterically, I was. Yes. I was. Because it was too funny. Because you guys are insane. You really are insane. Molly, you and these cats, you kill me with it. Miss Brandy. Good morning, Heather. So let's see. Who do we have in the True Crime Cafe today, guys? Grab your coffee, your tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here and hang out with me. I did it again. You like that, right? Anyway. Well, look, guys, the gray's back. See what you guys do to me? Look, all of this was nice and brown, like my natural color. And this morning, I woke up this morning with brown facial hair. My moderators turned it gray instantly, harassing me this morning. You see that, right? I mean, it is what it is, guys. I can't, Yeah, it is what it is. I am just kidding. I love these guys. It was actually funny. Some people have an obsession with kitties. I mean, I do too, but Molly said she'll own that. Yes, she will. She has to. There's no choice. Molly and Squirrel and Mama Bear and yeah, Miss Heather. The only one harassing me I was missing was Miss Brandy. So we got to fix that, Miss Brandy. Your husband thinks you're losing your mind. You probably are, hon. If you're in here with us, you probably are. I have to say that much. I do. So let's see. This morning, I'm still here, guys. I'm going camera down for a minute. This morning, we got Miss Cece, the sweetest lady on the internet, is joining us today. Welcome. The lovely Miss Brandy. Good to see you, my dear. Miss Heather, thank you so much for joining us, my dear. My little brother and yours, Strike First. Good to see you, bro. Hope you had a great New Year's and a great weekend. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Thank you so much for joining us today, my dear. Mama Bear, Cream Pup is in the house. So great to have you here. Let's see. Of course, a Squirrel Sandwich. Thank you so much for joining us today, Squirrely Girl. Anna Moy, good to have you here. Good to have you. All you meatballs, thanks for jumping in the sauce with us today and bouncing around and figuring these things out, guys. Oh, my finger. Okay. To get that started, what's up, T2014? Good to see you. Happy New Year to you as well. Grab your coffee, take your time. We ain't going nowhere. I think that's it for right now. Let's see who else we got rolling in here. Miss Christie's in the house. Happy New Year's to you, my dear. Thanks for joining us today. Anna Moy, hey. Happy New Year. And I want to say a happy New Year to all of you. I hope you guys had a great end of the year the other night. And I hope your new year has started off amazingly and wonderfully. And I am so happy to be here to start it with you on this second day of January, guys. Let's do what we do. Come on in, everybody. Plenty of room. I did want to let you guys all know, anybody that was wondering, I did have a 2-hour conversation with Mr. Jurassic. He is fine. There was a bit of a miscommunication. I'm not going to get into it right now, but he is fine. It was not exactly what it was explained as, and that's where I'll leave it. But he's okay. So nobody needs to, before anybody asks me or worries, everything is good. Okay. 1 second, y'all. One second, everybody. I'm sorry. Yes, he's good, Cece. I knew you were worried. And we're not, like I said, we're not going to go into any more than that. Like I said, it was quite a miscommunication and a misunderstanding. So we'll just leave it with that and go from there. And I would prefer to do it that way. Yes, Brandy, I agree. This year has to be better than last year was for all of us. For all of us. We all deserve to have a better year. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Anna. No worries whatsoever. Miss Lisa will be joining me today. She's gathering some things, getting things together. So it'll be nice to have her here. No worries, Miss Molly. Do what you got to do, my dear. Always, never a problem. And again, thank you, Miss Heather. For those of you that have not been there yet, please go check out Squirrel Sandwich. Has an amazing channel. Go check out the daily inspirational, motivational postings she has in there, along with her very beautiful artistic photographic stuff she's got going on. Please check her out. Subscribe to her if you haven't. Show her the love, guys, because she deserves it. Absolutely, T. I understand. I celebrated that last day of the year with vodka, vodka, and tequila. No hangover. Good for you, Cece. See, I can't handle that. Thank you, sir, for popping that up there, Mr. Strike First. Appreciate you. And as always, we need to also check out our Miss Molly's channel. If you haven't yet, check her out. Subscribe to her. Show her the love. She's a hard worker, guys. She's always doing something. Keeping herself super busy over there. subscribe, give her the love, show her the love, bring her the love. She deserves it all. She deserves it all. Again, guys, my moderators are amazing. I have the best moderators on the planet and in YouTube, guys. So understand they deserve the love as well. Treat them well, guys. Understand, everybody. The moderators are here for all of us, for me. They are not therapists, everybody. Just saying. So, you know, I do want to put something out there. Anything that happens in another channel, we have no control over that in here. We are here for our subscribers and anybody that needs to be in here. You know, we're here. That's why we're here. But we are not certified therapists, and we cannot, you know, when things get personal and like deep, you know, I don't mind having talks with anybody. I'm here for that. I've told you guys all that, but we can only go so far, guys. Some people need to speak to professionals in some senses, and we can't handle that. Thank you, Strike, for throwing that up there, brother. There is Miss Molly's link, guys. Check her out, please. Good for you, Strike. I hope you stayed in and stayed safe, brother. But again, guys, understand that we can only go so far and so much with that because we're not legal, certified, educated therapists. You know, we are here to talk with everybody. But I will be posting links for people that are struggling with things, you know, here and there. You know, I definitely want to help everybody. You know, I do. I want to help everyone that I possibly can. But I also want you guys to know there are ways to get it that we can't help with. You know what I'm saying? So you guys, the links that I have, I will be posting here and there when I do see that I think somebody needs that. We have plenty of them. Again, my moderators are amazing, and they have set that all up for us. So thank you again, mods. And that's pretty much it, guys. I just wanted to throw that out there so that you guys all get it. You know, anybody that comes in here, by the way. I know this is considered a safe haven. A lot of people, you know, qualify this channel as a safe place to go, and it is. And I want it to be that way, okay? And I want you guys to understand that when you do come here, if anybody comes in here that's having issues and so on and so forth, that's you know, that's understandable. We will direct you to the places you need to get the help from, guys. 100% behind that and 100% about that. So that's pretty much how that is. I wanted to make sure everybody knew that. Anybody that's out there listening hears that you guys know that. That's all. But again, now on the other side of things, if anybody in here is having an issue in here, you know, the mods are here for that. Go to them. If you're having an issue with somebody else or just something in the channel itself, you can go to the mods or come to me. The mods will come to me. Whatever you guys got to do, that is 100% the way it is about that kind of thing in here. No worries. Thank you, Miss Cece. That's very much appreciated. Again, anybody that has or has not or would like to or will want to or doesn't care or whatever you want to do, if you'd like to donate to support me in the channel, there are the links for the Venmo, PayPal, and the Cash App. And I thank you all ahead of time for anybody that has done that. It is so much appreciated. Okay. I think I got that all together. One second, y'all. Okay. One second, y'all. Good. That's a good thing, Strike. You did not need to go out. Oh, there she is, guys. One second, Miss Elisa. There you go, my dear. Come on up. It's in the chat. Hey, Miss Kitty, how are you? Happy New Year to you. So good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. Welcome, Miss Vicky. Good to see you. Happy New Year, Miss Kitty. We've missed you. It's been a minute. Alrighty, there we go with that. And hello, Miss Lisa. How are you today?
I am good, thank you. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you for asking.
This is good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm working. I'm not broken.
It's always a good thing.
Unlike my daughter.
Wow, that's a really, really cool picture back there. I like that.
Oh, that's my daughter's airbrushing.
That's awesome. That is one of my daughters. My daughter loves her. Like obscenely. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, Miss Heather. Thank you so much, guys. For those of you that have not, if you have not, I should say, please subscribe. Go over and check out lovely Lisa Bevan's channel, Crimes Under Investigation. There's the link for it. Thank you again, Heather. Show her the love, guys. She has some great stuff going on over there. She covers stories. Covers stories in the United States as well over in Australia, the lovely land.
Hey, Stacey, Miss Brandy, Anna, Vicky, Christy, Kitty, Cream Puff,
Gotcha,
Heather.
Kitty. Gotcha, Kitty. Them hangovers are nothing to play with, Kitty.
I don't drink, so I wouldn't know.
That's why I quit drinking, because I did know too much and I don't like them at all.
Snoopy cakes. Hey, hun.
What's up, Schmoob? Thanks for joining us, sis. Good to have you here. Good to see ya.
Happy New Year to you all, too. Let's pray this year's better than last year.
Yes, absolutely, Cream Puff. And I will be putting up links regularly. There are a lot of, you're absolutely correct. There's a lot of people hurting in different reasons and different aspects. But like I said, I'm available to talk with anybody, and that's fine. But I can only do so much, and I want these people to be able to get the help that they need. So I'll be putting links out on a regular basis to show people places they can call to go to they can get the help that they need. So it's definitely going to be a helpful thing. Wait a minute, I didn't drink, but you had a hangover. How? All right, Kitty, let's explain that one. How'd that work? Just by standing by people that were that drunk, you kind of got a little hangover from it, maybe, or did it rub off?
Sympathy. Went out in sympathy.
Sympathy hangover. There you go. Yes, thank you, Schmooby. Let's please, guys, let's keep chat respectful. Safe place for all of us. Again, the title to this today is Who is Bryan Kohberger? And we are going to hit on that today. And then we're going to talk about, I'm sorry?
An inhuman POS.
Yes. Well, to say it lightly, that's correct. Thank you, Miss Lisa.
No worries.
We
that up in a nutshell.
We're gonna hit on that, and like I said, you won't hear me say that name too much because I don't typically call by his name, but I had to put it in the title. That'll be that for that though. He doesn't deserve
Show's over. Wrap that up. Done. That's who he is.
That's it. In a nutshell, 100%. Yes, contact drunk, Molly. That's what it's called.
Oh,
thank you.
Excuse me, just got 2 secs.
What's that? Oh, you're fine. Go ahead. Welcome, Paula. Good to see you again, my dear. Thank you for joining us. Miss Donna, good to have you here. That's an understatement, Miss Vicky. Definitely a weirdo and then some. So, yes, guys. And today, we're going to hit on maybe a couple other cases, but let's keep the chat about that. Whatever we're talking about, let's keep it about that, guys. Of course, unless I change the channel and move on, then we'll go to that. I'm not born for being a detective, boy. Was I wrong? And there's nothing wrong with being wrong, Kitty. It's a think tank, hon. We're not detectives. We're not crime fighters per se. We report the news and we try to help in any way we can, and we state facts. That's what we do. So there's nothing wrong with being wrong. I was wrong. Lots of people were wrong. We own it. It's okay. And there was things. Let me put it this way: there were things that were shown to us that obviously made us think that. So there, it's not 100% a bad thing per se, I guess you could say. That is thank you, Schmoovy. See, this is why I love you guys. We did not know what they knew. In turn, if we would have known what they knew, then of course we would have been in a different direction, guys. So it's nobody's fault. No worries. This is what we do. We were all off. We were all off. Okay. So nobody worry about it. No apologies needed, Miss Vicky. Good morning, Miss Cat. Thank you for joining us today. We do not need to apologize, guys.
Hey, Cat. Hey, Donna.
This is not our job. You're okay. And that's right. We don't know, Molly said, we don't know if we're 100% wrong yet, because there are some other things that we still don't know that could always pop up and surprise us.
Not my artwork, Cat. It's my daughter's airbrushing. She airbrushed that.
It is beautiful, though. Like, I would pay you for that for my daughter.
Notice it's in a frame behind glass.
It's gorgeous. Yes, that is Audrey Hepburn.
Because it hangs on my wall.
That is gorgeous. I love that for airbrushing. That's amazing. The shadowing, the face, like the cheekbones and all. That's amazing. She's so good.
Jeez.
Yes, everybody. Thank you, Heather. If you can, guys, please show a little love to my lovely co-host. And if you'd like to donate, there is her link to her PayPal. She could definitely use it right about now, guys, as well. All of us can, but show her a little love if you can, please. I appreciate that.
Donna, I hope your grandchildren won't be dating him either. I don't think so, honey's locked up anyway.
Well, telling my granddaughter's not a data, bro. Right. That's a good point.
Any Brian. Brian seems to be a bad name.
Yeah, I agree. Welcome, PPR. Thanks so much for joining us again today. It's great to see you guys.
Oh, professional paranormal research. How you going?
Yes. Welcome.
Strike. How you going, hon?
Thank you so much for that link there, Strike. First.
It wouldn't be me without crucifying your name, hon.
It's all good. You do not have to apologize, Kat, ever. Nobody does. I told you guys, don't worry about it. There's no interrupting, nothing. We haven't even really got started yet. We're just warming up, giving everybody a chance to jump in here and waking everybody up. That is what we are doing.
While you're waiting.
Yes, the trees are gone. Sorry, Kitty. They're all gone.
Well, that's why I decided I'd put my daughter's artwork behind me, because now it just looks so boring without the tree.
Well, it's going to change on my side of things, because I think this is being moved to my den, all of this. And I have a green screen. My older son got me a green screen that's on its way. So I may have the Taj Mahal behind me here pretty soon, guys. We don't know. Whatever background I have. Maybe I'll have, since I have mostly women in here, maybe I'll have the dancing Chippendales dancing half nude behind me. That'll excite you guys, right?
Okay, while you're on here, you know how you're looking at StreamYards?
Yes, ma'am.
On the side here, on your side,
yeah,
it will have banners, brand, etc.
Private
if you
chat.
go in them, right? Not the banners, the brand. Go into your brand for me. Because you wanted to know how I got all the backdrop and everything. It's all in there, hun. You just upload your backdrop and everything in there.
Well, see, I knew that stuff was in here, but the way that yours was set up, that looked like you pulled that from somewhere else, and I was just like, really, you did a good job with that. So,
no, I made that. I made that from another app and then put it in there because you can upload. If you look, you can add your own stuff in there.
Okay, see, that's my question. I knew that you could upload the music and stuff now, but you can actually upload overlays and stuff now too.
Yep.
Okay.
You can upload all that.
When I first started with StreamYard, you couldn't upload all that stuff, so I haven't never really bothered with it. So that will definitely be. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that because that is gonna definitely help me liven this up a bit because I know it's boring, everybody. I know it's boring. Give you something more exciting to look at. I'm working on learning everything, guys. But thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yes.
No, you can't. Put it back.
By the way, Caden says hello to everyone. He goes back to school tomorrow. What is up, Papa?
Well, you just go back to school really quickly.
The
Kids
3rd.
here don't go back until February.
February. They're off for a whole month?
Yeah.
And a half. Good Lord.
6 weeks. They're off for 6 weeks.
Whoa. Wow. They would love that here.
Yeah, no, 6 weeks they have off.
They usually get 14 days, 2 weeks. That's it.
Yeah. No, they get that through the year. They have 2 weeks off in March, I think.
Yeah.
March, May.
Isn't that crazy, Heather?
6 weeks.
We're used to having 14 days for our kids here. That's all we've ever had.
But hang on. When you change over to a new class, right, when they go up a grade.
In the summer, yeah. Right.
You don't do it in the new year, do you?
No, what we do is our kids usually run till May, the end of May, beginning of June, and then they're out of school for June, July, and most of August, and they go back at the end of the year.
See, that's where you're different. See, our holidays fall on summer because they go up a class in February.
Oh.
So, like my grandson's in grade prep, he'll now be in grade 1 this year.
And it's summer right now in Australia, so that makes sense. Okay, I get it. You guys are opposite us completely. So, yeah, but we still don't get 6 weeks. Oh, well, so that is.
Yeah, you do when you think about it, when they change from 1 year to the next year.
Yep, I got you guys. I forget that all the time. Sorry about that, everybody. I didn't even realize you were over there, Kat. Sorry about that. It is summer, Paula. Sorry.
Yes, it's actually summer, and we've actually had some warm days. Good God.
We do here. It's been 60, 65 degrees here. It was almost 70 degrees here the other day, which helped because we went outside and took down all of the most of the Christmas decorations.
Hey, Izzy.
Welcome.
Yes, but as you know, we've been cold here when it's meant to be summer, but it's finally warmed up.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm so glad to hear that. Welcome, Sherry, and all of you meatballs. Thank you so much. As I said this morning, the sauce thickens, everybody.
Thank you, Anna.
Yes, she really
tell her that.
Very good. Tell her that from me, too. That's impressive. Seriously, Lisa. Especially for airbrushing, because airbrushing, you have to be... It's a lot of, like, wrist movement. It's not like a... like a sketch or something where you're precise with it. That's crazy good. She's very good. I've seen other stuff, but that one's really impressive.
That's probably about the second or third one she did.
That's great. Like, she could make some good money over here doing stuff like that or selling them. You know what I mean?
She could do it here too, but she's had a few letdowns. So,
speaking of which, is that the one that has the foot problem right now?
The one that broke her foot? Yep.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Coming off her son's motocross bike. Yes.
Is she doing okay?
Yeah, she's fine.
Good,
she's just sore and sorry for herself at the moment.
I get it. A little bit of a bump to the pride happens with all of those things. I get it.
Well, don't ride your 6-year-old's motorbike.
Yeah, that's probably a good point of interest in that. I agree with you on that one. Welcome, Cheryl. Good to see you.
You were in college, Anna?
How did you get YouTube jail? Are you talking to me, Donna? I don't believe I'm in, or there isn't one that I know of, and I'm not in there I mean, if I was, I don't think I'd be talking to you guys right now. If you're talking to me. If you're talking about what happened the other day, I had to reset things because when Mama Bear went in and was adjusting all the icons and stuff for me, when you do anything in the system like that, I believe it has to have a reset to like kind of like you do with anything. You do something and you turn it off, like your phone. You have to turn it off and turn it back on once you do something different in it. It was kind of how YouTube was. I mean, unless I'm not seeing something. If I'm not, let me know. Is that what you meant, though, Donna?
Izzy just got out of YouTube jail. Didn't know they had one, Izzy.
Oh, Izzy did. Okay. So what happened, Izzy? Oh, I see it up here now. Okay, we are taking all of our Christmas stuff down too. I just gotta stop overdoing it, and I just gotta. How'd that happen? And how does that work, Izzy? Oh yeah, grandson going back to Cleveland, Ohio. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Don. I'm sure you're gonna miss him. Yeah, classes start tomorrow here too. Yeah, what happened, Izzy? I'm curious. And how does YouTube jail work? You were rude.
It was rude. Okay, I'm at a loss. I didn't know they had a YouTube jail.
Me either. That's new for me.
Was you rude to somebody else, or?
I mean, I've heard of it with Twitter and all that, but spend a long time in there. Facebook jail, I've heard of that too.
Yeah, I've heard of that, but not YouTube.
What do they do for you? I mean, you're like a channel. It's their no new rule. They got what? So was it your channel? Do you have a channel and that's what happened, Izzy? Or did they were you barred from somebody's account or something? Because you've been in here the whole time. And how long were you in there? See, that's new. If it is, that's weird. They've changed some things recently, by the way, guys. There is a new rule that I got hit with. I didn't get hit with it, but thanks to Mama Bear, she sent me a video on it that somebody had posted that within the first 8 to 15 seconds of every video, if there's any kind of a swearing or anything derogatory that they think is derogatory, they can demonetize you. So
you're not allowed to be rude and you're not allowed to have cuss words. Well, I'm safe.
Right. We usually don't swear in here too much. But I mean, damn, and things like that we see and this and that. But from what I understood, it was the first 8 to 15 seconds of every video. But if it's different, I'd like to know that. And they don't inform anybody of these things, guys.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about it.
I caught on to that. I wouldn't have known either. Mama Bear sent me something on it, and it was like, whoa, okay. We pretty much watch our mouths in here anyway.
I wonder how many
minutes. That's right, Anna. Minutes.
I wonder how many gonna be quiet.
How many what?
Gonna be quiet. I wonder how many YouTubers now are going to be affected by that.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Sorry, I just thought about that.
I already know I know exactly where you're at, and I agree.
So many of them do swear.
Should be quite a bit of it, too. Swear jars.
It just amazes me how sociably acceptable swearing has become.
Well, yeah.
You're right, Mum, bear a ton. That's what I mean.
There's going to be a lot of them that are going to have to change the formats up a lot, guys.
It's it's become part of our part of the English language now.
Commonplace. Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm guilty. I used to swear quite a bit just because, like I said, for years working at a fire station and this and that and being around, all of these guys and stuff, it becomes commonplace, sadly. And it's something that I didn't like about myself that I was trying to change up. The graphic images too. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's going on right now. I know, Mama Bear. I think it was Penguin Zero. I feel bad for him because he didn't even know any of this stuff was coming, and it was like boom, 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 boom. So,
yeah, I agree with you there too, Paula. So much for free speech, but we'll monitor your speech.
But I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of grateful that I, in a sense, was forced to do that because I feel better about myself that I don't talk that way on a regular anymore. I mean, there's times, listen, I'm human and I'm a male and I'm Italian and all of those things together. I mean, it has a tendency to turn the blender on ultra speed and out comes some bad words at times when I get angry, but it helps me to work on myself, and again, we shouldn't be talking like that on a regular, guys, because and I understand part of it with YouTube because YouTube, like a lot of children watch this stuff, they shouldn't. And a lot of our videos, like my videos are 18 and over, obviously, but that doesn't mean that people don't jump in and look at things they're not supposed to, so
if you consider 10 years ago, people didn't swear as much.
Right. So we try not to do that in here. I mean, there's other ways to say what you got to say. I've learned, without throwing out these filthy words. And listen, guys, I'm not like condemning it because words like damn and things like that, I don't think those are that serious. But when you drop F-bombs every other word and MF for this and this and that, and there's some derogatory words that I do not like that, in towards women that people say, I've never liked those words, period. The certain words that I think are just disgusting to say. That, in my opinion, I think is a good way to curb that, so. Well,
you don't have to watch them. You can change the channel. YouTube don't need to stop this and stop that.
That's right.
If somebody doesn't want to listen to it like me, if it's too much, change the channel. It's not hard.
That's right. Welcome, Kim.
We all have that freedom to do so.
I agree on both sides. You're absolutely right, Lisa. I agree with that. And at the same time, because of where we're supposed to be and the way things are supposed to be with us, as Paula says, that I think we should be free to cuss our brains out if we want to without YouTube being Big Brother and telling us we can't. That I understand the principle behind that. And I agree with the principle behind that. If you should choose, you know what I mean? I know what they're trying to do as far as YouTube goes with it. And I mean, it doesn't matter in here because this channel is not about that. So it doesn't matter. And we're all, we know how to speak good English and without saying those words. And we don't really need to. We've been doing this long enough and still successful at it without having to say those words. So I think it works well.
I don't swear because I have too much self-respect. Sorry.
That can be a good point. I haven't seen Squirrel. I haven't really been looking either. So, okay, so we start singing Kumbaya. I mean, if you choose to do that, Kitty, that's on you.
And hold hands and skip.
Yes, we are the world. We are the children. All of that fun stuff. We are the ones who make a better day.
So let's start giving.
That's it. Yes.
There's my input.
That's exactly it, too. What's going to happen to AGP? I wonder that, Strike, because that's almost 95% of what those videos are based on. So yeah, that should be interesting to see. That's going to hit hard somewhere. It's just not my job to stop children from watching inappropriate content there. Yeah, I agree on that one. Their parents should be paying attention. They should be regulated. My son was always regulated with YouTube. I did not allow him to watch channels. I had him locked out of certain things. He's 16 now, and he gets it, you know. I mean, he swears every now and then when he's playing his video games when he's online with his friends, but he, you know, he's 16. He's almost completely fully grown, and this is what kids do. So, but when they're, you know, in my opinion, 12 and under, they should be definitely regulated. I mean, there's regulations put on movies and TV series and stuff like that. You know, PG, PG-13, G ratings, R ratings, X ratings, all of that kind of stuff. So parents watch for that. They should be watching for this as well. I agree with that one.
But here's another way to look at it too, because I can argue both sides, right? I don't begrudge anybody from swearing. I don't tell them to stop swearing around me.
Right.
I just choose not to do it personally myself.
Right.
But I will not have somebody in front of me constantly swearing either. Because I find it,
you know what?
I find it disrespectful to me. Because when you really think about it, when you're talking to somebody, just that one person one-on-one, which is different from a whole lot of people, but when you're talking one-on-one, you are directly swearing at that person. You mightn't think so, but you are when you're talking to them. Mm-hmm. However, in saying that, I lost where I was going. So it doesn't matter.
No, I know what you're saying though, Lisa, because like for me, for instance, to me, like it's almost like, how can I say this? With you being here, okay, it would and I wouldn't do that in front of you because I have respect for you as a woman and a person, okay? Just like I wouldn't swear in front of my mother. I have, you know, but I'm not going to drop certain words in front of my mother. To this day, I'm 48 years old and I won't do it. She's done it every now and then. My mother, it's 70 years old. When she's really upset about something or she's describing something, she said certain words that I would just like, what did you just say? You know, but it's about respect, guys, in my opinion. I completely agree with the whole YouTube censoring us as a person. That is wrong in my opinion. But us alone as people should want to censor ourselves just for respect reasons, period. I agree. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, like I said, the argument every time, which will win hands down. If you're watching somebody, you don't like what they're saying, change the channel, for God's sake. It's not that hard.
Walk away from it. Right.
That's it. Don't sit there and watch it and then complain about it. Don't understand that.
And that's what I'm trying to say right there, Paula. That right there is it, like she's saying, having to say unaliving, or you can't say this or that when you're describing certain things and so on and so forth. That I think is kind of ridiculous. I agree. And if something triggers somebody, again, just like Lisa said, if you think that something's going to trigger you, change the channel, move on. If you can't handle certain things, then you shouldn't be in that specific platform anyway, knowing that it's going to be like that. You know what I mean? So
I've never understood that part of it, when somebody sits there and watches somebody and then whinges about every little thing.
Yes.
Why did you stay sitting there watching them?
Right. Or why did you
confused about that?
Yes. And knowing that what you're going to go into, because 9 out of 10 times when somebody goes into a YouTube channel, they know what they're going to expect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So why did you go there in the first place if you're going to say that it offended you? Yeah. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. Hit the like, love, and peach button. God, I love you, kitty. I do. I'm so triggered. I'll watch 5 hours of it. Exactly, Scooby. That's what we're saying. It doesn't make any sense. You're probably right, Strike. You know, in there, a lot of creators are going to have to change their forte, sadly, or they just won't be doing it. You know, and sadly, it's going to affect, I think, a lot of these creators, the way they do their stuff, and it's going to cause problems for them, sadly. What's up, Miss Boone? Good to see you. Happy New Year. Yes, we have missed you, Miss Kitty. Your humor just kills me. I love it. There's a few of you guys in here that are, like I said, I'd have been here earlier, but my moderators were harassing me with cats, pictures of cats and videos and things like that, attacking me with snowballs and all sorts of crazy fun stuff. It was interesting. I'll put it that way. But I love
them. Can I just ask, has anybody seen Kelly?
No. There was a fallout with her. I will explain it to you.
I was here. I was here, remember?
Well, there was a little more that happened.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll tell you about it in private because I don't like to put that stuff out.
Yeah, no, please don't.
But we will talk, I promise.
We love cats.
We do. We would never do that. No, of course not, Molly. You would never do that, right? Anyway, welcome, Pamela.
I believe you, Molly and Mama Bear. I know you wouldn't do that.
Do you? We're going to talk about that too. Yes, we'll talk about that one too. They're sneaky. I'll put it that way. I'd like to know where she finds all these. Molly just keeps throwing them and throwing them and throwing them and throwing them, and then the others jump in, and then the others jump, and then of course I have to get involved because I can't just sit there and take it like that. So it is what it is. You know. Everybody, excuse me for one moment. Yes, factual. Excuse me, Miss Lisa, if you don't mind, I will be right back. Fill my drink, and we will get rolling, guys. We will get rolling. Yes, Molly is awesome. PPR, thank you so much. Be right back, everybody.
That was good, Miss Boone. Yep, never thought of that. That it's okay. You don't need meat. You've got burger in your name. I'm going to start a channel for how to use your hands to talk like sign language something. Hey, you're the one that hid from me. It's a good thing we can't do. I believe if you're over the age of 21 and you're angry grandma's age, you have the right to say whatever the heck you want. Oh, I agree with that, Miss Brandy. Like I said, it's not hard to change a channel. I do if I don't like what they're saying. Do the same on TV. Not that I watch TV much anyway, but makes you wonder if these same people that complain about it, do they sit there and watch TV and then complain about after they've watched the whole complete movie? I mean, it's not even the fact that they have to get up either to change the channel anymore. They have remotes.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much. By the way, we've missed you, ma'am. It's good to have you back here today.
Thanking you.
That's a fact, Mama Bear. That's a fact. So.
Neither do I, CC. I can't remember the last time I watched TV, to be honest. I think in 1942 when Jesus wore diapers.
So we're talking about TV or the actual physical thing that YouTube plays on?
No, actual TV station. Oh, sorry. Yes, yeah. TV stations, as in TV behind me. Right?
You know, I get it. Yeah. That's what I was going to say, because I was going to say I don't really watch TV other than the news in the mornings, but I'm always watching TV because I'm always watching YouTube.
Yes, I did, Izzy. I slept.
Thank you, Miss Brandy. And you needed that, I think. Caught up on 6 months worth of no sleep.
Just about, yeah. Good God. The day I took my daughter to the hospital, we went in there at 4 o'clock. The doctor finally seen her at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my Lord, are you kidding me?
No, we got out of there at 5 o'clock.
Was it busy?
If you call a little country town hospital busy, I suppose, yeah, kind of.
I mean, we've had stuff like that here in our emergency rooms, we call them. You know, good Lord, though, that's like a full day, Lisa. That's crazy.
I could have gone to one of the major hospitals and had her seen to a lot faster than that, to be honest.
See, we have, like, where I'm at locally, there's 1, 2, 3 hospitals within a drive, a decent drive for me. And then we have these things called like ED2, they're called Emergency Department 2. It's a smaller version. It's just like a little quick, you can, like, for people that have like maybe the flu, or they like break their finger or something like that. It's a smaller version of that, and you can literally go in and be out of those like within 20 minutes to a half an hour. No lie. The actual emergency rooms at the hospitals are a lot more of a wait, but never ever have I waited as long as you just said, because that's insane.
Yep, it was. And Kitty, I don't have the flying doctors, hun. I will explain that. Flying doctors belong to the outback, what we call the outback, like Western Australia, Northern Territory, right in the desert part, Broken Hill, etc., etc. In Victoria, as such, no, we do not have flying doctors. That's
like
for
hard to get to places.
Yeah, outback people.
Right.
That, we have to travel 300-400 kilometers, if not more, to their local hospital, hun.
Yeah, that's what it's called, Molly and Paula. Urgent care is what we call them. Sorry, I couldn't think of it. And now what you're talking about, Lisa, we have that here too. I've actually flown on one to assist one time from the ambulance that I went on. It's called Life Flight. And if we're like in a rural area or a place that like an ambulance can't really get to, or if we have somebody that was like major trauma, that an ambulance ride is not going to do them well, and it's going to take too long for the ambulance to get to that place, we drop a bird, as we called it, or a helicopter, wherever we can. That's called Life Flight, and they will transport to any of the major trauma hospitals we have in the area within minutes, as compared to like a 35-40 minute to an hour drive in an ambulance, where what could happen in that period of time could be horrifying. You know what I mean? So
yeah, no, we have choppers here, helicopters, choppers, whatever way you want to call them.
Right.
That, yes, they do that here too, and in all other states. However, the flying doctors, who I commend highly, they're an outstanding bunch of people, do it wholly and solely. One, they do it by light plane. Two, they take them to local doctors as well. It's not just emergencies. They actually pick them up to take them to doctor's visits, hospital visits, etc., and fly them back. And it's wholly and solely run by donations. You're still in 2022, Kitty? It's all good, hun. Hi, Jody. Oh, that's amazing, Izzy. Good on your strike. Don't get a bill here, Skrill. My son-in-law, this is the funny part about this. Okay, my daughter who came off the motorbike, her husband came off the motorbike the start of last year. He went out with my son. They went dirt bike riding, and he had a really decent crash and come off of his bike. Unfortunately, he got airlifted into the hospital. You don't get billed here for that. besides that, we have ambulance cover. They have ambulance cover that covers all that too. Stat flight. Those are just the ambo choppers, or the police will do it, depending on how serious the injury is. Unbelievable, Paula. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Okay, I don't believe that. That's unbelievable, Paula. You'd think it'd be the same thing, wouldn't you?
Sorry, y'all. Mrs. Diggle sends her love and says hello, 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 and to make me behave.
Sorry, what?
Whatever that means.
Sorry, say that again, Joe.
I said Mrs. Dago says hello, hello, and sends her love and says to make me behave. And I'm like, whatever.
God love her.
Yes. She's a sweetheart. I love her to death.
Me too, Boom. I ride my broom too, hun. I told my grandson the other day, because I brought them both, my two grandsons, I brought them both this box that has, what's the name of that silly game? Anyway, the things out of this game that they play, and it had a witch in it. And I said, oh, you got Nan. So then he was shoving things in its mouth. Said, that's all right. When you're asleep, Nana's going to take off on the broom. Poor kid doesn't know whether I'm a witch, I'm prehistoric, or I'm leaving him with the broom.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
You ask him, he'll tell you I'm prehistoric.
Yeah, my granddaughter calls me that too. Do you know? Listen, I didn't tell you guys the other day. This is one of the main reasons why I was trimming my beard, right? Now, this came out of my 6-year-old granddaughter's mouth. Before I tell you this, okay? She said this to her father too, who had a beard as well. And I thought mine was fairly well kept. It wasn't all bushy looking or crazy thing, anything like that. But so we're sitting on the love seat watching cartoons, and this child's sitting there, and she likes to like play with it, or she'll like play with my hair when I have it, and things like that.
Mm.
You guys are nuts with these broom things. That's hilarious. Anyway,
I use a vacuum cleaner.
Wow, Swiffer.
Turbo power.
Right. So this child is sitting there and she's going like this and just like doing this, right?
Mm.
And I'm like, okay, watching the movie, and her tongue, and she goes, Papa. And she looked me dead in my eyes and was dead serious about this, okay? She goes, you look like, she brushed it up, first of all, with her hands, that's why it looked like that. And it's like, whatever. So she goes, do you know what you look like? And I said, what do I look like? I said, I look like Papa. She goes, no, you look like one of those people that sleeps under the bridge that live with the shopping carts. And I was like, what did you just say to me? I looked at her, and my wife was in the dining room and just lost it. She heard it from the other room. And I said, so you're telling me I look like a street bum, correct? And she goes, yeah, a bum? Yeah, a bum, Papa. And I went, oh, wow, okay. So then her father comes walking in the door, and I said, what's Daddy's beard look like? Because his is way worse than mine, okay? And I said, does Daddy look like that too? She goes, what? And I said, you remember earlier you said I look like I sleep under a bridge? And she goes, and he turned and goes, what? And he looks at me. I said, yeah, your child just told me I look like a damn street bum because of my beard. And he starts laughing, and she goes over. She goes, no, Daddy, you do too. And I was like, ha, there you go. We both trimmed. He's not as dramatic as me because he didn't make the mistake that I made, but still. Damn, out of the mouths of babes is all I can say, because they're frightfully honest about things. And I didn't think it looked like that. Yeah, hobo dago, exactly.
The whole prehistoric thing was me, though, because they asked me how old I was, and I told them, and they sat there and went, "Nan, you're really old." I said, "Yeah, no, I'm prehistoric, hun." So they've stuck with that ever since.
That is cute. That is cute. Yeah, I've been told that too. I was told that when I was 35 years old, that I was ancient, and I'm thinking, like, are you kidding me? But then again, I went back and remembered.
Green eyes, how are you, love?
I got a headache. Green eyes, green eyes, green eyes. Welcome. Good to see you. Happy New Year to you. Thank you for joining us. What are you talking about, Kitty? I left the front door open and my Roomba left. They do, Miss Christy. They do. Oh, well. Yep. So, guys. So. 40 people in here. That is so beautiful. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. It's great to have everybody here. So, let's see, everybody. Bryan Kohberger. Again, I'm not going to say his name too many times because he doesn't deserve that. But
Inhuman POS.
This is the POS, as Lisa said, that has been arrested and charged with the unaliving of the Idaho 4, everybody. Ethan Chapin, Kylie Gonzalez, Matt, I just say Maddie Mogan, and Xana Kernoodle. And this is the main and only suspect. I'm sorry, Lisa, go ahead.
I said, God rest their souls now.
Yes. God rest their souls. Amen to that. And thank the Lord that we do have somebody in custody. So, yes, I'm old man Dago. Watch it, little bro.
Did you really just call her a little girl?
No, I said little bro.
Oh.
First strike. He's always calling me old man this and old man that. He's a measly little 28 years old, though, or 29. So,
well, see, he can call you old man.
I know. I am old man compared to that.
And you all look, I mean, you're all babies to me. That's the sad part.
Right. I was reading the link from your wife, but my eyes work different today. Oh, you're fine, Kitty. Don't worry about it. So anyway, this is the monster that has been arrested for this. So what do we actually know about this guy, other than the fact that he's mentally deranged, unstable, and all of those things? And again, guys, we always have to go with the innocent until proven guilty, because that's the way the law works. Yeah, Green Eyes, I agree. Well, for what we know about him, he's definitely a different person, okay? Which explains a lot of the reasoning behind supposedly you're not fine. I get you, Kitty. It's okay. Again, this is why we love you. So I'll give you guys a little bit of this here, and I got a couple little things to check out, and we will talk about it. There's a lot to talk about with this person. I'm not gonna. He's not a human being, so I'm trying not to give him any credit to that aspect, in my opinion. But it is what it is. So, again, everybody knows that he traveled from Washington to Monroe County, Pennsylvania, which is where he lived with his parents, which is where he was arrested as well. Thank you, Miss Schmooby. Again, see, this is why I love you guys. You guys are great with this stuff. This is a bit of sensitive content, guys. If anybody is not comfortable with any of this, please feel free to move along. And thank you so much for dropping in. Very much appreciated. I am trying my best, Izzy, especially when talking about this one. And we're going to talk about that, Jody. Is it sociopath? Is it psychopath? What is it? Because there's a lot to it, guys. There's a whole lot to it. Again, thank you for that, Smoothie. Very much appreciated.
Good on your strike.
He's pushing.
That would be me, hon.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not quite to that point, my friend. Keep it up, bud. Keep it up. You're trying to make me say bad words. What's up, stranger? Good to see you, brother. Breezy, welcome.
Breezy.
Yeah,
you're lovely.
I definitely, and I think that's one thing we were all right about, guys, is for those of us who felt that way, it was 100% premeditated, deeply premeditated. Yes. And motive-wise, we're going to talk about that too, because I have some of my own theories on the motive, as does it most everybody. Yeah,
he required love. Hugs to you too, Breezy. Sorry.
Oh, it's all good. No. Stop saying you're sorry to me. You don't have to do that. Everything you do. You're allowed to do whatever you want in here, my man. My man. Yeah.
My man.
Do what you want to do, my man. You know.
I had a sex change.
Yeah, right. Ma'am, is what I was trying to say. Anyway. He does have a degree in psychology, a master's in criminal forensics, criminology. He's got a lot, guys. And he is a smart one, scarily and sadly. Yes, guys, if you have not, please check out Miss Lisa's channel, Crimes Under Investigation. Subscribe to her. She deserves it. She has some great content over there, everybody.
Thanks, Heather.
I saw something about him having visual migraines when younger without a headache. Could be schizophrenic. And I was thinking about that, Squirrel. I'm glad you brought that up. These are what we're going to hit on. These are the points we're going to hit on today, guys. This is why we're talking about this. I'm not going to give too much credit to him. We're going to pretty much do a video or two about this, about him personally, and then the next step is going to be about the trial and other things. So, and I agree, Breezy. I don't like to throw things out there. I'm not trying to be Captain Rabbit Hole or Captain Conspiracy or any of that kind of stuff, but it makes you wonder. You know, I was looking into the Oregon unalivings, okay, or unaliving, the couple that was attacked in Oregon. It's pretty close, and it makes some sense. So we don't know. So I'm not going to say that this is what I think, but you know, it would be hard to believe that he hadn't done something like this before. You see what I'm saying? And I agree, Squirrel. It's hard what to believe though, because the sources that we're getting things from all seem flawed. Right. So that's the hardest part of this whole thing, is to know what is real and what is not. You know what I mean? Few fries short of a Happy Meal. You ain't lying.
I've never heard that before.
Right. I love that one.
I must remember that one.
Oh, there is absolutely a connection, Sherry. His Kaylee's parents made that evident now. So they have not found a weapon, my friend. Which again leads back to this guy's intelligent. I'm sorry.
Me too, Jody. I am stuck on that.
And I'm saying the same thing. There's somebody else.
You can't convince me that by their thingo of that car going past the servo, and this is when my brain thinks, what made him so sure that they were in bed and nobody else was there?
Right.
That's like, that just mind blows me, because how did he know, considering that was a party house and it was Saturday night?
Mm-hmm.
How did he not know that there weren't other people staying there?
How did he not know that house was not full of people partying like normal?
Or full of people sleeping off having a party. Yeah. So, yeah,
I agree, Breezy.
I wonder if somebody rang him and tipped him off.
And that's There we are. There we are. There we are. That bingo. And that's why I'm saying, and I've even gone as far as to think, and this is completely speculative.
Female.
Completely speculative, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But and this is just a thought process, we'll just say. Again, think tanking, everybody. I've even gone as far as to think that maybe he didn't do the physical part of this. Maybe it was all his brains and he worked this all out, with the knowledge that he has, and somebody else physically did this. Because again,
I never thought of that.
I don't know why it popped into my head, but it did. This guy does not come off to me as somebody that would physically go and do that. Now, I could see him using mental warfare on people to destroy them, okay? But again, I'm not saying that he wasn't there, okay? I'm just saying it's another thought that popped in the back of my mind. But regardless, there was somebody else involved in this. At least one other person now.
Yeah, see, and I, for some reason, and this is only me speculating, I got a gut feeling it's a female for some reason.
You're fine, Kitty. It very well could be, Lisa. It very well could be. I know he was there. There's no question in that. They have DNA. They found DNA. It's a little weird from what I heard that they found DNA on a straw in the house that belonged to him. Okay.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
I didn't hear that.
That's what I was told.
Excuse me, sorry.
And this guy, though, you guys, is so smart. It scares me. Okay. It really scares me. And I have a feeling, you guys, I'm calling this right here and now, that this trial is going to get flipped upside down. This guy is going to push this and push this and push this, and he's going to make them work for this, you guys, because of their intelligence levels. This is going to, the one gentleman that comes in here, oh Lord, I'm trying to remember. I just went blank on his name.
Paula, sorry, hon. Paula, I agree. If he wouldn't trust another male, that's what makes me think. But a female.
Well, I can kind of go with that, but I don't think he has respect for women enough to trust women like that, Lisa, because he has demeaned women. It's been said he talks and gets weird with women and does
they knock him back.
Right. So in a sense, he's almost he could almost be categorized as an incel, but at the same time, I don't think he is. It's so weird. He has a twin brother, and I'm not fine. He was a heroin addict at one point, guys. That blew my mind because with the intelligence that he has, what?
That's how he lost all his weight.
Yeah, he was a heroin addict, bad. And now we're at this point. Like, what is going on here? Paula, he's really gonna make him work for it for sure. I didn't know he had a twin brother. That's new.
I don't think he does. He has a sister, and apparently there's an older sister that nobody can verify. Because according to the bankruptcy papers of his parents, they listed him and his sister. So there was only two. They listed two children, a sister and him.
Okay.
So I don't know where the extra sisters come from.
I've heard of the sister too. I never heard of a brother. And the straw thing I got, guys, from another, again, word of mouth coming through. That's what I had heard. In fact, somebody in here had told me that too, that they found his DNA on a straw. I don't know for sure. I've looked into it and I can't really get, these are things that are being held close to the chest by police, obviously, but I couldn't get that info for sure, but I'm just telling you what I had heard. And that's what I'm saying. This movie, he has incel traits, but he's also got multiple other traits for different variations of types of people. It's kind of crazy. As you said, sociopath, psychopath, multiple things. There's Mark's like schizophrenic looking type scenarios. I mean, it's very hard to say for sure. And I know they're going to give this guy a whole workup a psychological workup, and I want to see that. I want to definitely see what that is.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
100%. Sister's a mental health worker. Yes, yeah, his sister, and this is, I think, going to affect that in a lot of ways too. From what I have read in the national newspapers, I tend to think, 100%, Tony. He's absolutely guilty. All I was saying was that I believe somebody else was involved with him too, in some sense. Okay. Yeah, that school project was a whole different thing, Kitty. That went above and beyond anything you can think of. Well, no. Here's the thing, Izzy. With you saying that, I have to argue with you on that one and disagree. That comment right there, he wasn't that intelligent. He got caught. In my opinion, he wanted to get caught, Izzy. I think he absolutely wanted to get caught. Okay. There was absolutely zero reason for that man, that creature, to not hide the vehicle, get rid of the vehicle, or do other things to cover this up. And he did nothing. He did nothing to hide this from anybody, you guys. Nothing at all. He was there, all out there. He went back to school, you guys. He went back to class when this was over. I mean, anybody else that wouldn't want to get caught would have left the country, left the area, not gone home to his family's home. They would have gotten rid of the car, dumped it in a lake, did something like that. Okay.
That's what I was thinking on the mic. Sorry.
Let's see, Mike. What did you say, bro? Oh, that's possible too. Yeah, that would make sense.
I think the DNA inside the house was something that they can prove. Like, they'd be taking a big risk if they got it off a straw in the house, because he could justify that.
Yeah, well.
However, if it comes from under one of the nails, he can't justify that.
That's it, Green Eyes. I think that's what this is all about. He wanted to get caught. Absolutely wanted to get caught, in my opinion. I'm sorry. And of course, he waived extradition. He says he cannot wait to come back to Idaho to be exonerated for this. He really, really is that cocky that he thinks he's going to get off with this.
Yeah.
They offered him a public defender. From what I understand, he said he was going to take care of it himself.
Oh, dear Lord, not again.
It will not be like that one, because that guy.
I object.
Yeah, that guy was an idiot, you guys, and had no idea what he was doing. The problem with this one is he knows what he's doing. That's why I'm saying this trial is going to be obscene.
No, yeah.
It's going to be nuts. Okay. This is a game to him. Molly said this multiple times, that this is a fantasy, a game to him. And I think I'll be honest with you guys, in my opinion, the motive behind this was just to see if he could pull it off and get away with it. That is what I think the motive was behind this. As sick as that sounds, that's what I think it was. I don't think it had anything to do with anybody in particular. I think those were just like little keys that helped him along, maybe, because he was stalking Kaylee in a sense on certain social media accounts, so on and so forth. But I think it was proof. He wanted to prove to the world and other people, maybe his professors, anybody that have ever possibly doubted him as a person and what he does, that I can do this and get away with it, or prove to himself, you guys, up here. It's okay.
Well, considering one of his professors is BTK's wrote his autobiography and everything.
We're going to talk about that too, because that had me a little curious, because I was talking to somebody this morning about that. It's very convenient. Okay. And there was an interview done with BTK's daughter the other day, and she even questions if very possibly maybe he had some correspondence with BTK.
Yeah.
And we don't know, we don't know yet.
Yeah, I know that, Sherry. I thought that myself too when I heard that.
If you type in Google vegan restaurant in Moscow,
it's the same as he's Reddit his Reddit posts, who they think, I'll rephrase that, rumoured to be him, that he corrects what people are saying in that, say, no, it was M and X that were who they were after.
Yes, Jody, it would be fair to say that. I like the way you posted that too. Would it be fair to say? Just like dipshit Daryl Brooks. Yeah, he thinks he's going to come out smelling like a rose. I know he does. And he's so arrogantly cocky about it too. Welcome, Dia, by the way. He does. In fact, I even read a post at a point where another student in the class that he has with this renowned professor, the student said that Kohberger would interrupt the teacher and repeatedly and talk over her as if he knew more than she did about the subject they were talking about, and like disagree with her on things and stuff like that. And like this says the arrogance level that this man has, this creature has, about this subject. He's obviously obsessed about this. And again, guys, going back, when Jurassic was in here, he kind of called this, you guys. Jurassic Slapnut said that you guys are going to be surprised that he believes that this is an obsessed true crime person or something along that lines. And damned if he wasn't right, guys. David James thought that this was a Ted Bundy fan. He very well could be. He's definitely a serial killer fan. He's got an obsession with it,
Yep.
Definitely, Donna. He's definitely book smart, and he does not have any social cues, in my opinion. He's awkward. He's odd. He's weird. But he's done that this is his own thing, He's made himself that way, in my opinion. But it's very possible, Green Eyes, that he may have tried to approach these girls. But I've had testimony from different people in different bars of the way he acted towards women in bars, very odd, very weird, making people uncomfortable. One bar owner, there was testimony from one bar owner saying, that I'm glad you're back, Bryan, but, can we keep it a little bit, down a little bit, and we're not going to act this way or that way. And I guess, Bryan was surprised about this. So,
and said he didn't know what he was talking about. You've got the wrong person. Like, seriously?
Yeah, it's like that, you guys. So, no, Kaylee never went out with him that I know of. But Kaylee's parents said there are connections between the girls and him, and we're gonna find those.
No, I did hear about that rumor that Kaylee apparently went out with a guy on a date a month or two ago, whenever it was, while she was on a break, and they might have thought it was him. However, I don't think so, considering if that was him in the Reddit posts and he was correcting everybody and said no, it was Maddie and Dana that they were after, then no, it wasn't him that she went out with.
Right. Yeah, I can't imagine that either, for whatever reason. His old high school friend said he would change himself to fit in. Psychopaths mimic others 100%. They do. Behavior and emotions as they don't feel or know how to act. These are facts, Movie. Thank you for that. I think he went to the vegan, and he is a vegan because he's already asked for vegan meals in jail, and he's going to probably ask for them in prison, which that's a whole other subject.
Just give him what everybody else gives him. Why should he have special?
We're going to talk about that stuff too, because I went into another channel yesterday, Squirrel Sandwich introduced me to. I was very impressed with it. And it's about, they were talking prison CEOs talking about inmate treatment and the way inmates act and stuff, and it was a very interesting stream, guys. I have a big dislike for the privileges that prisoners are allowed in these prisons, and I voiced it, and they liked my questions, a couple of them. So it's something that I just highly disagree with. If you're in prison for something, now to an extent, I will say certain things should be given to. It depends on the crime. Okay, if you're in there because you never paid your speeding tickets and you had multiple piling up, that's different to me.
Yeah,
okay?
they're not criminals to me.
Yeah, or if you have some kind of computer, hacking, that's a little different still. But anything that like this, you don't need any kind of privilege. You get basic human rights and religious beliefs is the only thing I think should be allowed to these types of people. And I'm very lax on that as well too, because you don't deserve that.
I'm sorry, what God do they think that they believe in would say, yes, certainly, that's okay, and then come back and pray to me?
Yeah. No, I can agree. I can agree. I don't believe that he should get death penalty because I think that's too easy for him. I think that's giving him a break. I believe that he should have to sit for multiple life terms in prison and think about what he did over and over and over and over again. I don't truly believe that if they were to put him, honestly, in a general population scenario, that he would survive it anyway. I'll be honest with you, because of what he did.
And in saying that, on top of what you said about him sitting there thinking about it over and over again, that's a bit scary because I think he actually gets off on thinking about what he did.
Yeah.
Even his mugshot, to me, he has an arrogance, such an arrogance in that.
Absolutely.
That mugshot, like he's stopping himself from smirking, just about.
Oh yeah. The picture I'm looking at right now, you can see it. It's almost like he's a second and a half away from the corner of his mouth going up in a grin. I agree with you. And that's what's going to happen to him too. I agree, Green Eyes. He'll end up being a prison attorney. He really will. It's hard to look at it. I agree with things on both sides. I feel like there should be something. I don't know now that you've said that, Lisa, I'm back thinking that now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It just seems to me that giving him the death penalty is the easy way out. You know what I mean? It's hard to say it both ways, though.
Yep, lock him up for 23 hours of a 24-hour day.
I think it should be
no luxuries, no TV, no nothing.
Oh, no privileges. And that's another issue that I had when I was in that stream last night, that I've already known this, but prisoners get internet access. They have
I know.
They have iPads that they're allowed to be on. They have, TV, their own TVs, and they can watch different things in there. So like, get out of here. You don't deserve any of that.
Yep.
You don't deserve. There's a prison that they brought up that's in Arizona where they get, they're only allowed to watch the Weather Channel. Period. For whatever reason, I don't know what this has to do with anything. I guess it's demeaning. They wear pink underwear, the men do. But that's really, and they live in tents. Okay. So, I mean, whatever. But I think that's the way it should be in some senses. I'm not about the pink underwear. I think that doesn't have any bearing on anything. But as far as being allowed to watch regular TV, anything other than the Weather Channel, or having internet access, or some of these prisoners get conjugal visits and things like that's ridiculous.
Yep.
I'm not going to take the visits away from families. Okay. Glass visits, window visits or something. Okay. Maybe one a month or something, but there should be no privileges for these guys, in my opinion. These types of privileges.
No, they should have basic human rights, a bed, food, and that's it.
That's it. And I agree. Again, it depends on the crime, okay? Because I do feel that criminals that, DUIs or like computer hacking or stuff like that can be rehabilitated, in my opinion. I really feel that. This type of a person, I do not feel can be rehabilitated, in my opinion. I think this person was dead from day one, as far as having a soul. and morality. I think that was it. That's it. From the day that he became an adult, from the day he was born, this was it. This was who this was. And that's my opinion, though. So, I can't get over the privileges that some of these prisoners are allowed. It's ridiculous. It just makes me sick to my stomach sometimes. You're right, Dia. He has no soul. This is not a human being in my mind, you guys. This is not.
No, definitely not.
In the mind working, if nothing else, I think that they should allow this man's brain to be studied, to learn about criminals. Okay, if that can be done, about this type of a criminal, because this is just disgusting, you guys. There's nothing about this that could ever, in my mind, be rehabilitated at any state, at any age, at any point in time in this person's life. It is, in my opinion, you're right, Breezy. It's pure evil.
Mm-hmm.
And the professor, his professor, somebody brought that to her attention and asked her a question about that, and she said that she has problems with the word evil, okay, because of the way that it's spoken in this situation. And I agree with her to an extent, okay, because you have to look at it in almost in a religious fashion for that to make sense. And based on what I took from it, she doesn't want to connect religion with this person. But I want to talk a little bit about the relationship between.
Actually, sorry, Joe. When that interview was done, wasn't about him. That interview was done 12 months ago. If you're talking about the one,
with the doctor.
Yeah, that was done 12 months ago.
Right,
about somebody else. Not about him, because she's not allowed to talk about him. She won't talk about him.
Right. Well, that we're going to hit on that a little bit too, because I think that relationship that him and her have, whatever you want to call it, has something to do with this as well. I'm not saying she has anything to do with this by any means whatsoever.
Oh no.
I almost, and this is again is a theory, feel like that could have been part of his motive. I think maybe he was possibly trying to impress some of these people that were his professors, his teachers, the people that looked at him and saw him on a daily basis. He was highly, highly, highly obsessed with these types of things, you guys. Very unhealthy, you know what I'm saying? Well, here's the thing, Dia. The COs that were in the live stream that I watched yesterday said that he will be more than likely allowed to choose what he wants to eat, because he would like to have a vegan meal, or vegan meals. And the COs said that they feel like he's going to get those. And I think that's wrong. You should not have that choice. You should have to eat the same things that everybody else that are in prison are eating, in my opinion. So, that's just my opinion on that. And I'm standing strong with that.
However, because he hasn't been found guilty of this crime yet, and he's still innocent until proven guilty,
that's all.
I get that they might do it on this side of a hearing. But if he's found guilty, then no, I don't believe he deserves to have that luxury of choosing what he wants to eat.
No, but again, these prison guards are saying that he'll get it if he wants it. Yeah. That's what happens. And it's sad. It is very sad. Let's see. Izzy saying, "I'm sorry."
I was just reading that.
And he does not get no TV in the big room. There's a TV, but one of the prisoners have to give you the right to change that channel. Right. It depends on the prisons too. I've seen Izzy.
Yep.
There's prisons where these guys have too many comforts of home. They have their own. They have their own TVs in their cells. They have special padded mattresses and blankets. They have their own refrigerators in some senses, hot plates in there that they can cook their own food on.
Yep.
Curtains over the windows to block the light out. I mean, come on. This is prison, you guys. This is prison.
It's like that here too in our prisons, although, they walk out after 10 years for murder here, but nonetheless, it's like that here. They have their own TVs. They do have a TV in the main room. However, they still have their own TVs, their own food, their own cooking stuff, etc., etc. And in fact, one of the prisons here, the cells are left open. Yes. They also have a pool in this prison, I might add.
We have that here. We do.
It's ridiculous.
There is a prison here in Pennsylvania. I couldn't believe this, you guys. Now, this is for people that are not maximums. It's not a maximum security prison. Okay, but there is, it's, first of all, it's on a beautiful piece of property. I mean, it's very beautifully landscaped. And there's a fence all the way around it. I can't remember the damn name of it at this point. But anyway, it's all, it's set up dorm style. The doors are left open. It is a federal prison, but it is not max security. It has a swimming pool, indoor and outdoor, basketball courts, tennis courts. There's gardening programs for these guys. They grow their own vegetables, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. And these guys have nice flat screen TVs with cable access in their rooms. They have real beds, guys. This makes me mad if you can't tell. Real beds that like have a real mattress and pillows and blankets, and each room has a recliner in the room. A recliner. Are you kidding me? Now, if you're in prison, whether it's minimum security or maximum security, you did something wrong. Okay, you don't deserve the comforts of home in prison. To me, that's my opinion. DVD and Blu-ray players. These guys own movies that they're allowed to have in their cells and buy and bring in. They have books in their rooms. They have access to computers every day. And they're
that I disagree with, Izzy. I'm sorry for your brother, love.
Let's see here. My brother's in the Florida prison. He fell off his bunk, broke the shoulder bone. They let him go. Oh, see, now that's horrible. Okay, that shouldn't happen. And again, guys, it's based on the type of criminal that these people are, for what I believe. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, Alexis. And here's the thing. This is what really bothers me about that. What the prison I just explained to you. We pay for that, you guys, as taxpayers. That comes out of our pockets to pay for that, to keep these people comfortable in this place like this. It's like going on a damn vacation, everybody. I'm sorry, but no. What's up, Molly? Did you say something?
And I knew what you meant, Miss Boone.
I wonder if they'll offer the maid pill to... Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. That just, none of that. It makes me so mad. Now, I'll be honest. I know that this guy is probably not going to go to a prison like that. But they still exist, everybody. And it doesn't make sense to me.
100%, Kitty.
Rehab? Yeah, right, Kitty. Thank you. Exactly. There is no rehabbing somebody like this ever in life. And I'm torn, guys, with the death penalty scenario. I can almost say that is the only rehab for somebody like this. But at the same time, I've always fought with that within myself. Like, who am I to judge that? To judge when somebody's life should be taken? In my opinion, there's only one person that can judge that, or one being that can judge that. And to me, that's God. Okay. But at the same time, that's why I said I fight within myself about that. At the same time, when things like this thing did to people happen, it's hard to not want for that to be what it could be, if that makes any sense to you guys.
I'm sorry, Izzy. I hope he does make it, love.
I do too, and I hope that I don't want to ask what he's in there for. Okay. And again, guys, understand that sometimes people make bad decisions. They're in the wrong place at the wrong time. They're with the wrong people. And a lot of, I've seen documentaries on prisoners that have been through things that they didn't want to happen, that they regret it immediately. There's a lot of gang affiliations that cause these things. There's people that were not raised the right way, that had to do certain things to survive and things like that. Those are not the people I'm talking about people like this, period. Okay, because I do feel that those other people I was just saying absolutely can be rehabilitated, come back out into a normal life, live the rest of their lives, and be a very decent and good member of society. I absolutely feel that way. People like this is what I'm saying. There's no hope. There's no point in this kind of things. Trying to rehabilitate somebody like this, because it's just not. They need to be put away, or again, like I said, I struggle. Maybe the death penalty is a good idea. You know what I mean? So it's hard to go into. The prison in Pennsylvania is Kill maximum security. There's another one. I that's not the name I was thinking of, Anna, but there's another one. It sits up on a hill. 1 second, everyone. I'm sorry. So, rehab includes training for an occupation, repay the victim if needed. Well, and that can be, Miss Boone, depending on the crime. Absolutely.
You can't repay for taking somebody's life. Not even doing prison for the rest of your life will ever repay for their lives.
Nothing will do that. You can't buy a life. Period.
Not even sentencing him to death will pay for that.
No, the loss even if you look at the eye for an eye thing, that's not the same to me. Taking this piece of garbage's life as compared to the lives that were lost, that could have been and would have been and should have been a prominent member of society, a beautiful person that would have had a family and their own children and would have done something with themselves other than something like this. Do you know? Yeah. I see what you were saying there with that, Izzy. 100%, Paula. 100%. I like the way you put that too. If he is ever put into population in prison, somebody will get justice for those. 100%. I almost hope for that, to be honest with you. I shouldn't say something like that, but I'm just saying.
I just hope they torture him every day.
Right.
I want him to feel the fear that he put into them 4 lives, that the ones that did wake up, the fear that they went through. I want him to feel that every day. Sorry.
The pain that he put these families through that lost their children.
And that fear every day. The sad part is he'll still have his parents that will visit him, and possibly his sister, because his parents are going to stand by him.
It's okay, Mama Bear.
But he'll still get to see them and talk to them.
Right.
These families don't get to see their children and hold them and hug them.
He'll get to hear his mother tell him happy birthday and Merry Christmas and I love you. He'll get to hear I love you and tell his mother I love you. None of these people will get to do that. And he doesn't deserve that. They do. No sorries needed, Mama Bear. I understand completely. And I get it, Tony. I get it. The pain is, yes, Bonnie, the pain is one of the biggest things, because these families are never going to not feel that pain. They're never going to not feel that pain, regardless of how long it is. 50 years from now, Olivia, the sister, is still going to feel the pain from not having her sister, from having to deal with what happened to her sister. 50 years, guys. It's never going to go away. That is a permanent mark in these people's minds and their lives now. There was no reason for this to happen. And I truly believe that it was just for him to prove that he could do it.
Mm-hmm.
That is what makes me so angry.
Either that or unrequired infatuation.
That's it, Anna. That does sound familiar.
Don't know, Donna. He probably got his dad to come out so that he could get that car back a lot quicker.
Well, from what I understand, he didn't want to make the drive because it's a long drive by himself. Whatever.
The guy's 28 years old.
He was supposed
Just
to be a big. He was big enough to do what he did. You can't drive 2,500 miles by yourself, big boy.
Yeah, come on. Even I've driven that far and further on my own. And I just want to point this out there, Mr. POS, inhuman. I'm a woman. And I can drive that far on my own. Oh, by the way, in my own car, not my mum's car.
No, Schmooby, I couldn't, nor would I. Listen to me. I've said this one time before. I love my children with everything in my being, okay? I do. Wholeheartedly. You guys know me. You guys know when I say something like that, it's real. I love my children wholeheartedly. Completely. But if one of my children ever did something like this, I'm always going to love them, but I would never be able to stand by them. Never. And I would be disgusted, disappointed, and I would be heartbroken that child did something like this. Okay. And of course, then I would doubt myself, my parenting, obviously it's not the parent's fault, but sometimes people are born and there's just something so deeply wrong with them that you can't see, or you don't see, or you don't,
want to see.
That's it right there. With a lot of these parents,
Kitty,
that have seen their child that has had issues when they were kids, they didn't want to see it, so they ignored it,
Okay, I agree that nobody wants to look at their child like they would unalive for people.
Right.
But my whole issue with this is, one, it was his mum's car, right? Two, dad flies out there to drive it home. These two parents who will happily fly there and drive all that way with him, the same mother wrote on a thing when he went there that she was going to be crying for the next 3-4 days, so she wouldn't be able to post anything, right? So that would tell me that they would know about these unalivings, right? And that because their son's not far from there. And then when the white Elantra was put out and they were calling for anybody that owns one to come forward, I'm a little confused, because even if you didn't look at your son in that way, wouldn't you say, hey, son, did you notify the police that you have a white Elantra? Because I'm really confused about that bit. That's where I'm a little lost. Sorry. Even if you didn't think your son did that or didn't want to think he did that, but even like say he showed no signs to them that he was ever capable of that, the fact that they asked anybody that owned one to notify the police, I'm a little confused of why they didn't ask him.
Well,
or why they didn't ring up themselves and say, yeah, my son's got one up there, but it's mine.
That goes into the same basket as why didn't Chris and Roberta Laundrie?
Oh, don't start me about them.
See?
Because she offered, she's now in that letter apparently offered him a shovel.
I don't know how that much of that's true, but again, some parents can not they don't see past the fact that these are their children. Right and wrong goes down the drain. Human morality goes down the drain when some people just don't have. And I'm sorry, and I've told my kids this. And only one of them disagrees with me. I told them, while watching this whole case thing go down, I said, listen, I love you guys. I said, I want you to understand something though. And they laughed, of course, because they would never do something like this. But if I just know that if you guys were ever to do something like this, don't come to me, because I'll be the first one to draw. I'll tell you that we're going to lunch, and I'll drive you right to the damn police station. I'm just telling you. That's what we had. That's how I am. And my mother's the same way. She'd have turned me in too. You don't. There's right and wrong, guys, and we're taught that. Most of us are taught that, I should say. And we, even when we're not taught that, we live in society long enough to know what's right and what's wrong. End of story. And there's no excuse for these types of things to happen. And somebody that does this is mentally detached from reality. Does not need to be part of society. Does not need to be part of their family lives. Period.
In fact, Kitty, I have done that.
I've kind of done that with one of my sons.
I did it with my eldest son. Sorry.
My middle, what's up? There he is, Paladin. That's the name I was trying to think of earlier, guys. Welcome, brother. But yeah, my middle child, the problem child that I had problems with, that ran away multiple times. When I found him, I turned him in and brought the police to him. And he was put into like a weekend, or he was sent away, I should say, to a like a hospital. I could never turn him.
I turned him in. Sorry.
What do we got here?
I wouldn't. I'm not doing time for. I couldn't stand by that. I'm sorry.
You're a trip, Tony.
Isn't that imprisoning them then, Tony, though? If you hold them in the basement.
Yeah, kind of. Excuse me, guys. I'll be right back. I have to use the boys' room.
I think as a parent, I'm not sure if I could stand beside my child or not. Yeah, 100%, Donna. Yes, I'd turn my child in, but he's still my child, so not sure. You know, all the money that us people, taxpayers, pay for their prisons, they should have better food, just saying. Apparently, in the prison they do have better food. He gets to pick his own. Parent or not, it's about doing the right thing. 100%, Christy. BK will win. He planned all this out. He expected to be caught. He knows a technicality that will get him off. We are all just simple players in BK's. Depends where they got the DNA from. Oh my God, here we go. The Matrix. I'm lucky, never been there. So this is saying now maybe I think different when time is there. So sorry for you misunderstood me. Tell my kids what's right is right and what's wrong is 100%, Jennifer. Well, the fact that they knew their son was in that area with that vehicle and didn't call in shows their mindset. That's what I thought, Heather. That's what I got stuck on. Why didn't they report that he had that car or ask him? And like I said, being the parents that they are, they would have been following that case because it was so close to where he was. I have little doubt that as soon as the news of the murders broke, every single one of his family members wondered if it was him. They had to know he had issues. I don't know about that, Paula, because I don't think any one of us would seriously look at our child and would like to think that they were capable of something like that. I know he had signs of aggression and whatnot, but I don't know how much of that side they saw of him. Put them all in a haunted jail. I did, Izzy. Well done, love. I'm hoping one of the victims got a punch in and they have blood evidence. Looks like his nose may have... You're right, T. I was hoping that they got evidence from under one of the victim's nails that they might have scratched him or something. And see, everybody's saying that he wore gloves because he was trying to not leave fingerprints and that. But I'm wondering if he actually got a cut on his hand or scratched on his hand or something and he was hiding it. You're a journalist now. Okay, me. Maybe his hands were cold. Oh, it could have been, and I never thought about that. Because apparently he couldn't make the drive on his own, Paula. Yeah, I was hoping that, Alexis. Like, I believe the DNA off of the straw might have come from when they were following him and he's thrown out a drink with a straw in it and that they've used that DNA to match it up. But I'm praying to God that the DNA they've got from the crime scene was from under one of the victim's nails. I truly hope that. And the whole thing about him wearing gloves from that time on, even in the classroom, etc., I'm wondering whether it was more to hide injuries on his hands or cut from the knife on his hands than, not to leave fingerprints. When my boys had turned 18 years old, they said they didn't have to listen to me no more. I thought, okay, I said, you get one time out of jail and that's it. Yeah, that's when the story began. His parents are quite religious. I think they probably didn't want to believe their son. Yeah, I know, Sherry, but I'm wondering if they got that from under the nails of one of the victims. Because when you think about it, this guy thing, it's in human POS, it's quite smart. And that being a known party house, if they're hanging on to this DNA is going to more or less prove this case, it'd have to be from an area where somebody couldn't, regardless of who it was, couldn't turn around and say, yeah, of course I would be there. I was at a party on such and such a time. Or, yeah, I called in there and had a drink with them, or they invited me over or something. That's what makes me think it come from under the nails. Oh no, they politely turned they politely turned around and said, let the courts deal with it, more or less, that the family will be by his side. Okay, Bonnie, his parents went through 2 bankruptcies. That house that they're in now, they paid 130 something thousand for it 7 years ago. but they lost 2 homes prior to that through bankruptcies. And you wonder how they get on their feet, right, with what you said, the jobs and what they were making, their salary a year. I wondered that myself, even how they got back up on their feet to buy a house. They both worked in a school. She was if I can remember this correctly, I think she was not a teacher, he did maintenance in the school, I know that much. She had something to do with the school too, but all up, they only earned 2,000 and something a month, or 3,000 a month, and they were kind of living without it over their means. That's why they ended up going into bankruptcy twice. Yeah, maintenance janitor, Bonnie. Yep, Paula, true, but he could say he turned up there one day and only one of them were home. And he was invited in, or them two were home. They can't argue it, unfortunately.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Who's trying to kiss me?
Hey, what? You lost me with that.
Kitty said, Lisa, give Dago a kiss from me. She must be leaving.
Jeez. Take care, Kitty.
Yes, Kitty. Thank you so much for gracing us. It's good to see you back. Hope to see you soon, hon. I'm glad you're feeling better. So I love her to death. She's a trip. Won't be easy.
No, apparently they paid for it on the mic. They paid, like I said, 130 something thousand they paid for it. But one would ask, after 2 bankruptcies,
okay, Kitty,
and knowing their wages, how did they come up with the money to buy the house or even get a loan after 2 bankruptcies? Unless one of the parents lent them money. Well, that too, Bonnie. Like I said, if you look at their wages and that, they got, I can't remember who I was watching that went through their bankruptcies and everything.
Are you talking about the family?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because it doesn't make sense to go through 2 bankruptcies, and they listed, the first one was when he was 15, 14. They wrote 14, but he was actually 15, right?
Yeah.
And they lost the house, the car, everything. They lost everything. And then they went through it again. And then they've got, now 7 years ago was when they bought this house.
Well, it could have been the bankruptcy allowed them to buy this house, because I know depending on how you file and like how it goes down, usually it's, well, back then, at least it used to be, where once you file bankruptcy, it's very easy to buy a car or a lot easier to buy a house because you have nothing else, going on. So, but money is still an issue with that. So, Heather, he's very intelligent though. That's the thing. What are we doing here? Let me back up. Why would they do what? In my been 2 years after conviction, tossed out at a retrial. BK will continue his PhD studies at UPenn under full scholarship from FBI or CIA. Anything's possible.
It could be, Anna. Sorry. Possible.
Yeah, right, Breezy. That's the question right there, Miss Boone. How do you do that twice in 10 years? That's crazy. Well, maybe his drug habit caused it.
Don't know.
People are supporting him with this. Maybe they supported him through all that too. We don't know.
Oh, yeah, could have.
You know,
or maybe he just helped himself and stole from him, etc., etc.
Which in turn could have caused the bankruptcy too.
Mm.
He is smart, guys. He could have found ways to do that. I don't know about that one, Paladin. That's kind of out there, but again, nothing's off the table. You're right. It has been done many times. I agree on that one. That's like, I'm homeless now. I'm not. I'm homeless. I'm not. I got you. All right, folks. So I'm going to throw this video up here. We're going to look at this, a little bit about who this guy is real quick, and then we'll talk a little bit more. Thank you all so much.
Okay.
Probably Bonnie, I would imagine. This whole HBAC thing was kind of interesting to me too, by the way. Oh, with this clicking. Stop. Guys, let me know about the audio, as always.
Yale University in Center Valley, Pennsylvania.
Audio is
and
good.
He recently got a master's degree. His field of study there now seems an eerie one.
Bryan, he did his undergraduate studies here at DeSales University in 2020, and then he received his master's in criminal justice here. Former student, 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger, seen here graduating with a Master of Arts in Criminal Justice. Kohberger was arrested this morning on 4 charges for Idaho University on November 13th. DeSales University acknowledging the arrest and his affiliation with the university as an undergrad, graduating in his degree in June 2022. His name is listed here in the 2022 commencement, saying this in part in a statement, quote, "As a Catholic Silesian community, we are devastated by this senseless tragedy. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims' families during this difficult time." Users are looking at this Reddit post, actively recruiting criminals as part of the school's study to understand the psychology of those who commit crimes. It was written by a user named Bryan Kohberger and linked to a survey of detailed questions. And the small community around the school also reacting that a possible brutal killer was walking amongst them.
It's definitely a little scary, and it's spooky to think about someone in the community being here for years and just having no idea. We both of us have definitely spent a decent amount of time on the sales campus and run there all the time. Yeah, it's just really weird to think about it now.
And Bryan, according to authorities, he was actually continuing his studies at a school that was not far from the time where those boys were killed. As for DeSales University, they have sent out an email to all students and faculty saying if anybody needs counselors, they will be available. For now, reporting 6 Action News. Bryan.
Annie.
I didn't give a whole lot, but
that would freak you out, though, wouldn't it? Thinking you sat next to that guy or lived next to him or just down the road from him or that he spoke to you, etc., to kind of think where your mind would
behind
go.
him in line. Yeah. Right. Where are we at? I got a couple of these to give you guys. I'm sure you guys have seen all of this.
It's really the question, isn't it?
But you never know.
I hope not, Jody. Mine either, hun.
Right, Jody, right. Completely different type. Oh, and that will happen, Squirrel. We all know that already. This is definitely a movie and 100% a book. So it's going to happen.
And one would wonder.
And Kohberger is.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Now I wonder if he does get sentenced, will he ask that professor to write his autobiography for him?
Imagine that.
How freaky would that be?
Well, that's where I was going to get into the just a little bit of a talk about the relationship between him and that professor. Here a little bit, just a thought is what I was going to say. But yeah, I could very well see that happening. I could see him at least asking. I'm not saying she'll do it, but yeah.
No, me too. I could see the arrogance in him asking her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine. You're absolutely wonderfully fine, Miss Lisa. Don't worry about that. That's a good question.
Is the man who moved from Pennsylvania to study in Pullman, and what could have possibly been the motivation behind stabbing 4 unsuspecting undergrads?
This is the face police in Moscow say murdered the 4 University of Idaho students. Now, Bryan Kohberger is in custody, arrested in Pennsylvania this morning as we try and learn more about him. The 28-year-old attended Northampton Community College, where he made the dean's list at least 2 semesters, then graduated DeSales University in his home state of Pennsylvania with a master's in criminal justice. This fall, he moved to Pullman to begin his first semester at Washington State, seeking a PhD. Some of those that knew him in school describe him as professional, nice, mature. Bizarrely, his prior research includes this, a survey targeting responses from criminals asking how they committed their crimes, with prompts like, why did you choose that victim? Before making your move, how did you approach the victim? And how did you leave the scene? At DeSales, one student says she was approached by Kohberger in the library to take another different kind of survey.
He was there for, I want to say 2 weeks. I saw him walking around the library, and I thought that was weird. I was like, how many people do you need to survey? It was a numerical scale with some questions. And I believed it was about empathy, to see how empathetic a person is. Would you help a person if this happened, or if they caused a situation, would you still want to help them or feel bad for them?
Junior Megan Burns says even her and her friends were captivated by what happened across the nation in Moscow.
We all locked our bedroom doors at night. I live in an apartment area on campus, and our apartment locks, but one night, we were all watching videos, and we all got super scared, because we were all following the whole case. And then one night we're you know what? Everyone's locking their own bedroom doors tonight. We're just so freaked out. The fact that I met him on multiple occasions, it's insane. I can't even wrap my head around it.
And the latest I've been able to confirm tonight is a remarkable element to this alleged crime. Kohberger did, in fact, return to class and even continued serving as a teacher's assistant in Crim J 302, a criminal law course. According to multiple students after the November 13th murders, Kohberger was still around in class acting as if nothing happened. From the newsroom tonight, Zach Anders, Fox 13 News.
Yeah, well, yes, Paul, I agree.
Sorry. That comment about the family deserve the profits, that's what they do here. Since after Chopper Reed wrote all his books and got the profits, since then they changed the law here that anybody in prison here that writes books or anything, all the profits and proceeds go to the victims, not to them.
Right.
They're not allowed to profit while they're in prison here.
That's good. I wish it was like that here.
Yeah.
There should
Authorities arrested.
There should be regulations on that, in my opinion. There really should be, you know?
Yep. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's... Gotcha, Paladin. No worries. All right, let's see. A couple more. And this is just basic stuff that they've been giving out to everybody just to keep you guys putting it together like this. And then there's some other things. So,
to 28-year-old Bryan Christopher Kohberger in eastern Pennsylvania Friday in connection with the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. The suspect was taken into custody near Scranton. He is expected to be charged with 4 homicides. The development is the biggest in the case since the November fatal stabbings of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. The students' bodies were found at a rental home near campus sometime in the early morning hours. Autopsy showed all 4 were likely asleep during the deadly
yeah, I saw that too, Paula.
The case received international attention, and police say thousands of tips were called into a special call center. Dina Demetrius, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's disturbing. I had saw where she said that he became more animated, a little bit more kind of not talkative, not so much giddy, but like almost, you know, like he was alive as compared to the way he was
when they bring up this case.
Right.
Then he would go quiet again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, do that, Brandy. Be safe, please, and let us know you're okay, hon. Please do.
Yeah, please do, Miss Brandy. Take care, hon.
Tornadoes were bouncing around down there, so be safe, hon. We love you.
Oh, dear God. Love you, Miss Brandy. Please be careful, hon.
I agree, Boone. I agree, Miss Boone, completely. Okay, let's see. These guys had a little bit too. I thought this was kind of interesting. Again, this is just in case you guys didn't have this info and did not see or hear any of this stuff. If you have, my apologies. Just giving it to you so you have it.
The department, we support you. Thank you. We believe that you will bring justice. There was concern from families, right? When your child is murdered in a heinous way and you have no answers, there was concerns from families that perhaps the department wasn't moving fast enough, that perhaps they weren't providing enough answers. That was certainly out there. But a majority of this community really supported this department, and I think that they're feeling that and they're seeing that today. I also will say, Terry, that we spoke with Keely Gonzalez's father, Steve, after this news broke today, and he's telling us, as we know, this is a targeted, isolated attack, but he's telling us right now this family has no idea who this man is, who this suspect is. So they're looking into him right now, but they also added that they are happy, relieved today.
Amen to that. That's great reporting, Kana, as always. And Jared, thank you very much for bringing your expertise and insight into this major story. I know we'll be talking again.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage.
Thanks, George. All right. Where is that one? Like I said, I'm pretty sure you guys have all seen this is one I wanted you guys to see. Dr. Grande, Todd Grande. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him.
Mm-hmm.
What he had to say was kind of
Bryan Christopher Kohberger, the man.
To me. Sorry, guys. Here we go. I thought this was interesting. All right.
Arrested in connection with the notorious quadruple murder in Moscow, Idaho, allegedly asked the police if anyone else had been arrested. I don't know what evidence the police have or don't have against Bryan. I find it interesting, though, that he was clearly interested in criminal justice, yet he said something to the police. It would have been a good idea to say nothing. I wonder if there's so much evidence against him
that he's trying to play kind of a game with the police. Like he's putting it out there that maybe somebody else was involved, thinking that could give him leverage later on. Maybe that's really his only hope. Again, I don't know what the police have or don't have. It was also reported that he had a quiet blank stare. I guess this is as opposed to a loud blank stare. Perhaps Bryan is simply considering his options. He is contemplating what his next move is going to be as he waits in jail. Bryan Christopher Kohberger, the man arrested in connection with the notorious quadruple murder in Moscow, Idaho, allegedly asked the police if anyone else had been arrested. I don't know what evidence the police have or don't have against Bryan. I find it interesting, though, that he was clearly...
Sorry, guys, that's a short and it reloads. Sorry about that. Thank you, Miss Heather. I agree with Miss Lisa on that.
Please excuse me for 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Thanking you.
No worries. I had a couple other things here. Oh, yeah. Here's that. The behavior thing. I thought that was interesting, too. For those of you that didn't see that. That's what Lisa just kind of touched on. I agree on that one, Anna. Definitely.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I mean, I was, just like sleeping here on the couch in my parents' house, and I woke up to all these tweets that were like, oh, they got the guy. And of course, this has been something that everyone in Pullman has been following, everyone in the whole Pullman, Moscow area. And so, I look on my phone and I see the guy's name and I see the picture. And I'm thinking, that looks a lot like my TA who's also named Bryan, but that would be crazy. And so I went and I checked my email, to see the emails I'd had with him, and the name matched and everything. And yeah, it was just like totally jarring, totally shocking to realize that this person that had been, kind of grading my papers was, allegedly this like horrible murderer. Entirely. All our interactions came in the form of class, and not even like, office hours. Like it was all within the confines of a lecture hall. He was pretty strict as far as grading goes. When he came into class, he was very, not super mentally present. He would stand up at the front, look at the ground. He had a lot of like boilerplate responses he would give people rather than, maybe something he had thought up on the spot. It seemed like he would be, he'd come in knowing what he was going to say for like most interactions. And then when he would grade your papers, he would be grading you on what he ended up calling like a higher standard. What it really felt like to us was he was grading us like he would have graded himself as a PhD student. And so that was just kind of like, we were all annoyed by him. And so I knew his name, I knew like, oh, TA Bryan, like he sucks at this. Like he's grading us too harshly. And that was like an annoyance. But obviously beyond that, we just thought he was a little weird and kind of, a bad grader.
By the way, he's answering questions that he's seeing typed to him, guys. That's why he's pausing like that.
Yeah, he actually only left me good comments, which is just kind of silly. Like the only ones I could send in were nice ones, but for most people, he was being pretty harsh in the comments. I just, for whatever reason, he was being pretty good to me. Yeah, actually, we had, our professor was big on the idea that like, if we're all going to be attorneys someday, then we have to know how to argue our case. And so he scheduled a day where everyone, came in ready to argue to get their grades up, and he brought in Bryan and he was like, all right, go at him. And he had Bryan stand up and everyone was, like a few people were on his side because they wanted to keep their high grades and not like have questions be cut out or whatever. But for the most part, it was like, half of a 150-person class just asking him all these real critical questions that he would answer. And he'd actually, he tried pretty hard to defend himself, which was the kind of thing that our professor loved. He wanted the like courtroom environment. And so, so there was just a period of class where we were all sort of arguing about this. Not, I mean, it wasn't like yelling or anything, but it was certainly conflict, you know?
Get to the good questions, buddy.
Yeah, we just, it would have been about a month before winter break when like the murders happened. And we didn't obviously build our framework for this around that because we had no reason to connect him to that, you know, at the time. But definitely around then, he started grading everybody just the hundreds. Not like you pretty much, if you turned something in, you were getting high marks, and he stopped leaving notes. It was just, you know, he seemed preoccupied is what I would have said at the time. And now obviously he seems like he was probably pretty preoccupied, but it was, yeah, it was much easier. You turn in whatever you wanted pretty much, and he was just grading them up and sending them back. Like, yeah, absolutely. He probably, that I saw, he was always a little bit spotty on whether or not he'd come to class because he had, you know, whatever PhD stuff over the top of it. But the couple times that he did come after, or around that time period, I remember him, you know, he had like a little bit more facial hair, just like stubble, but definitely less like well kept than he was. And he was a little quieter. You know, he didn't, he used to stand up at the start of class and like talk about some stuff sometimes. And this time he didn't really do that at all. He was definitely, I think, like the previous like mental preoccupation that we had been noticing where it was like, you know, he didn't really want to be there. That was at like an all-time high. And he just, you know, didn't look like he was doing great.
All right, Green Eyes.
Oh,
Thank
wow. Green Eyes, really?
you.
And Kat, I thought it was Bundy. But I could be wrong.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Miss Green Eyes. Oh, I can't find it. I'm looking. Let's see here, guys.
October. Goes to show you how far back he planned this.
What's that?
And then when you think, you think that he wasn't there that long either.
Right. Right. Absolutely. Okay. You sent that to my email, Green Eyes? There'd be. I don't see it yet.
Oh, no, the one place you should feel so safe at, Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that'd be outside my window. You probably can hear my birds. No, not my birds, the birds outside. It's just broken morning here. I'll rephrase that. You can resend it to your phone if you like.
That's okay. I don't know why it didn't come through my email though.
Okay, Molly.
What?
She just said, just popping in for a minute before I head home. You be careful heading home, hun, please.
Yes, please be safe. Be careful.
That's right, Jody, it would.
She said pooping in first.
That's what I thought. And then I thought, am I reading that right?
Don't be pooping in my channel. I don't like that. Keep your poop to yourself. I better watch saying that. I don't want to get demonetized. Yeah, leave your poop to yourself, Molly. Threatening to poop in here. What's that all about? First you're throwing cats at me all morning, now you're pooping in my channel. Telling you what. We're friends and all, and I love you to death, but enough is enough, Molly. No more pooping in my channel, please. I'm just saying, you know.
He didn't just wear them on the drive home, Pacific. He wore them in the grocery shop, in the class, everything. His gloves. And like I said, I wonder if that was just to cover up injuries.
That's my thought, too.
Yeah, rather than try not to leave his fingerprints. Right. I reckon that was more about injuries on his hand.
That's what I was thinking, too, 100%.
Thanks, Kat.
Are you done pooping now, Molly? Listen.
Don't pop when you poop.
Everyone is looking at me like, what WTF? Sitting in the car laughing. Don't poop in your car, because that'll make a bigger mess. So enough pooping already, okay? Make it home to the bathroom and then poop your brains out. Why is this not coming through my email? I mean, go ahead. If you want to send it to my phone, Green Eyes, go for it. You resent it? Okay. I hope so. Do you have toilet paper in your car, Molly? That could be messy. I would hate to see that. Just don't make sure you're not driving while you're laughing. I'd hate for you to. I was trying to Green Eyes, and I don't see it there either. It's weird. Where the hell is my spam, by the way? Over here. Just use the center well, depending on the kind of vehicle you have. Yeah, exactly, Paula. It should have been. Let's see what this phone's got going on.
I'm trying not to do that, Kat. Your windows are tinted.
I'm literally crying from laughing. I mean.
Okay, Molly, please be careful, especially if you're pooping in the car too.
Yeah, you might want to jump in the shower, my dear, if you need to, but just saying.
You also get done for indecent exposure, as Jody said.
Oh, poor April. All right, I'm looking now for.
Oh my God, do you know how hard it is to drink coffee with you guys?
It is quite hard.
I'm going to spit it all over the computer. I can see that happening.
It is quite hard.
Don't jump where you poop. Not when you poop.
Yes. What did you eat last night, Molly, that you're pooping so much? Okay, I got it here. I finally got it, Green Eyes. We're not doing nothing. It's Molly. She came in my channel trying to poop all over my channel, and now she's sitting in her car pooping while she's driving down the road to try to go home.
Never know what you're going to walk into here.
Nope. We got to keep it lighthearted here, guys, a little bit every now and then, just because we just do.
Does Molly need her own travel litter box?
She does like cats, so I get it. You want to join?
I can't.
Miss Boone wants to poop too. Oh yeah, I got you, Green Eyes. Okay, so this screenshot, guys, says nothing because I just ruined it. What the hell? It's legit. You can see my Facebook Marketplace account. I've been selling for years. He drove from PA to get this knife for $350. It's rare and discontinued knife meant for cutting skin. From what I remember, dude was nice. He was with another guy who sat in the car.
Oh.
Flipped open the knife. I told him that you can use a zip tie as Emerson waved for it. He paid me the money and drove off. This was in October. Okay, so this guy drove to buy this thing. Okay, if this is true, by the way. Okay. Welcome, Miss Gina. So good to see you, my dear. Homemade fried chicken. Too much grease there, Molly. Got you pooping all over the place.
Oh, hello, Gina. I didn't see you.
Yes, it's nice to see you, hon. Thank you for joining us. Yes, you should always keep a spare pair in the car.
Why did you not come out on this one?
I'm sorry.
Oh, because I'm watching chat on your. I have your channel chat and this chat. I watched them both, but I just noticed Gina didn't come up on the chat on the channel. And yes, I have it on live chat.
All right, guys, we're going to do a poll.
Well, yeah, he would have been Pacific for sure.
We are going to do a pool.
That's where I'm
We're going to do a poop.
The case, or does he mean he flipped it open as in it's like a fold down knife?
That's what it sounds like. Like a buck
doesn't
knife.
it?
And I agree with Squirrel. I'm kind of sketchy on this too, because why would the cops allow this to be put out? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's my thought. As tight as everything's been in this whole case, that just kind of like, wait a minute. Anyway, I'm putting the poll up, guys, and I'm this is again, who thinks that there is more than one person involved in this case? And I'm asking the community. Wow, all this poop talk got me not able to talk now. Yeah, that is kind of suspect and sketchy, guys. Like I can't understand or see. Well, then again, if they don't have any idea, well, you would think he would go to the police with this. Ms. Boone said his ego in him, and his ego very well could be a whole other person in this freak's mind. As of right now, we're at 57% no, 60% no. Let's see. Now you're talking poop. I don't think a knife that flips open would be strong enough. I've seen some big ones. Well, yeah, that didn't sound good, did it? I've seen some. Good Lord. Oh my goodness. Yes, everybody. Okay. I've seen some very large knives that open up that way that are pretty strong. Like they have a friend of mine has a giant buck knife, okay? But I would want to think that there would be a hilt on this, and if there's no, I can't see a knife opening that is a hilt. Now, what he could have meant by that was it could have been in a sheath that was snapped closed. And, you know, when he said he flipped it open, that could have been what it was. That's what she said. Yeah, I got you, squirrel. Exactly. That is exactly what she said. I've seen quite a few big ones. Good Lord, guys. What's going on today? Oh, my God. Everybody, the goof troop. Soaking in this sauce too much, meatballs. This is all Molly's fault. From the very beginning of my day. From the moment I got my phone out, it's been going non-stop. Molly and Squirrel and Mama Bear. I'm telling you. God. So is this guy the same going that had said his picture of the guy in the face mask? That I don't know. I don't know. Drinking too much sauce. Yeah, no lie. That's crazy. Crazy gravy. No lie.
I'm trying to drink coffee.
Hey, thank God Kitty's not still in here because she'd be having a field day with all this.
Okay, I've got mine out of the gun.
As soon as that came out of my mouth, I'm re-saying it to myself in my head, like, why did I say that? I've seen quite a few big ones.
Yeah. And that's what come out of your mouth.
Word for word, yeah. And it came out of my mouth. Right.
Went over your head.
New Year's warning, never follow too close to Molly just in case. Thank you. Yes. You never know what's going to fall out from behind Molly.
And the poop's flying.
Yes. And we're not swearing either, guys. How about that one? For any more of you guys that just want to poop in to my channel just to say, hey, while you're doing things, it's quite all right. Quite all right. Lord. That was good, Stan. Thank you, bud.
I'll give you that one. That was brilliant.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the gutter, we would have a grandbaby. Yeah. Yep. That's right. You guys are live with the street bum. Lives under the bridge.
Good
Gotta
for
love
you,
it.
Jody.
Gotta love it. I have quite a few big ones, that is. Well then, Jody. All right. Wow. Okay. You guys are gone.
Yes, Anna. He's seen big ones and they come out of his mouth. I mean, it come out of his mouth. I mean, no matter which way you say it, it just sounds really bad.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, thank you so much, Miss Molly. Appreciate it. I am completely lost as to what I was doing now, you guys. I have no idea where the heck I was or where the hell I was going with anything. So it's okay.
I tried to pull it together, but
what the hell was
I got lost in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say that I'm very suspect of this. I really can't imagine that this guy could put something out. Let me read this again. I remember dude was nice. He was with another guy who sat in the car, flipped open the knife. I told him, so see, that could either be a sheath or it could have been an open and closed type knife.
Why would you say it is flipped open the knife, not
well, because a sheath,
it out.
Like you can flip open the flap on it, but yeah.
I'm losing myself. I'm losing the will here.
I'm gone. I lost myself. Forget it. You're lucky. You're still losing. I've lost. Oh, good Lord, have mercy.
Yeah, well, one would want to know that, Jody.
Yes, here you go, Molly. Speaking of something, let me look at something here.
Thank you, Jody.
I'm
trying to pull it together.
I'm going to say what I'm typing. Great to have you here, Lisa. So great.
Thank you.
Okay, now
Stan,
typically
thanks.
how these things open up. Oh yeah, yes, Dan. That's a good point to make. Yes, I can't see. I can't see it. I can't. I wonder. I almost wonder. Yes, it was Flash Bunny. We're trying to get rid of Molly's mess that she made. But y'all, I hope everyone takes up growing food. Start a victory garden. Yep. Ocean's 1111. Welcome. Good to have you here, hon. And we have the suspect was watching them very carefully. He was well aware of their locations, actions, and whom they were with that evening. He planned this methodically. I'm curious to see what's that. I agree. I do agree. I agree on that one.
100%.
100% for sure. And thank you for the comment, Oceans. It's very much appreciated. And that's what I was saying, guys. I said with this this trial coming, it's going to be interesting because I think every single detail of this has been planned in his mind, all the way down to the trial, after the trial, even possibly. Let's see. Squirrel said, well, if he did call it, and I'm sure they would have removed. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Squirrel. That's why it's hard to believe this. Okay. And I'm looking at any kind of flip out knives that I can't imagine that these would do. We've already been told from law enforcement, the type of knife.
Yep.
And so I'm going to venture to say that the way the guy explained this, he's either FOS or yeah. I can't.
He's got the wrong person.
Completely. Yeah. I mean, completely. I just think it's FOS as far as my opinion goes. I don't think that this guy would have taken think about this, guys. What Oceans just said, that she watched, or he was watching everything. He had everything planned. We all agreed to that. Completely premeditated, so on and so forth, right?
Yep.
Drinks are on in the house. Getting my ladder out, Mama Bear. You guys are a trip. I don't think he's going to have an attorney. I think he's going to deny the attorney any kind of involvement. Donna, I'll be honest with you. Yep, lots of people. There's going to be a lot of, like Squirrel's right. There's going to be a whole lot of people coming out of the woodwork that are trying to involve themselves in this.
Yep.
They get that 5 minutes of fame or whatever it is. I agree on that one too, Oceans. The statement for tomorrow, I'm curious as well, and I'm curious to see we're gonna be able to track the movement from the time that he leaves PA till the time that he sets foot back in Idaho, and it's just gonna be it's all gonna be televised or in the news at least, guys. Yeah, there's not a knife that I could find, you guys, that's a flip up a knife. So this doesn't make sense to me. I think this guy is FOS. 100% that's my opinion. I'm not saying it's true, but I just feel like it is. Yeah, that I think that's part of this, Donna. I think he wanted to be able to do that, and I think that's what part of this is. I really do. And that's just me, you know. I might be wrong. I'm just saying. But I don't think I am. I just really don't think I am. Oh boy. Oh boy.
No boy, what?
This is
Don't keep it to yourself.
This just reminds me of Molly, so I'm going to show you guys real quick. This is a little comic relief, guys, to break the monotony here for a second. All right, let's see. Check it out, folks. Just imagine poor Molly driving down the road is all I can say. No, Jody, they don't. There's no hilt on them.
No coffee.
God. Dear God.
Oh, don't film me now. Don't film me now. It's funny. It's funny. Oh my god. Oh my god. And I'm not wearing any underwear, so there's no extra layers of protection.
There's a gate in this exit here.
Oh no! Oh my god, I don't know you.
Which way is the gate?
I don't know, I can't think. Oh, here's the one.
Poor Molly.
The gate's 1 mile.
Do you know he's videoing this?
I don't think so.
Oh,
I'm scared for him. He looks nervous. Look at him.
I have faith in you, baby. You got this.
Oh no.
Filmed the whole thing. Oh yes, we have. Listen, guys. I don't know if I can tell this story. I don't think I can. Moving on.
Poor lady.
We have to move on. Completely moving on. There's no way. Welcome, Lady B. It's good to see you. No way. No way. No way. So yes, thank you, Green Eyes, for that. But that I'm just so very. Oh, no worries, Statin B. Welcome. I'm so very suspect of this that I can't. Okay, it's probably bees. Just wanted to clear it up. Hope everyone has a great day. It's probably bees. Oh, BS. I got you. Well, not necessarily, Green Eyes. It's just it's so hard for me to imagine that this got through without police seeing this and allowing things like this, because we saw the press conference time about, you know, with the chief, like every question that they asked, even the most basic of questions were, he said, I can't, that's part of the investigation. So I would think, and on top of that, like, you know, I think this guy would have been pulled in for questioning, so on and so forth. And but no, it's don't look at it that way, Green Eyes. I appreciate every piece of anything about this. So I think it's great, and I appreciate it. Yeah, no problem, Lady P. And again, thank you so much, Green Eyes.
Yes, thank you, Green Eyes.
Are you leaving? I hope everyone has a great day. I hope not, but if you have to, I hope to see you again soon, hon. Yeah, I think we all need a little laugh every now and then, especially with this crap that we deal with. But yes. Wait, Heather's got one that she sent me too. I think. Let's see what this one is. Is this the same thing or? Oh. This is the knife guy. This is the knife that, according to Heather, this is the knife that the guy was talking about. This is not a flip out knife. Good Lord, that just scared the death out of me.
Yeah, somebody peeled me off the ceiling as per normal.
Hello. Yes.
Welcome back, Molly. Well, apparently Joe's starting it off with a bang on his filing cabinet every time. And I'm going to be quiet now. Yes, Molly, we're glad you're home, hun. And you got there safely. And cleanly, I hope. Now everybody's gone quiet. Hey, Lady Heather. Okay. I don't know. You scared them into silence. No skid marks on the road, Molly. You did that because I picked up my coffee to drink it in your smoothie. All right, Donna, take care, sweetheart. Thanks for being here, hun. So that's the knife. Nasty piece of work that knife is. Bye, Donna. We love you, hun. Please look after yourself. Okay, Joe. No, and I don't believe it's a flip knife. And that one's not a flip knife anyway, if that's apparently the knife. Yeah, I agree with that, Oceans. I believe he kept the knife too. He seems to be that kind of person to me too. Well, considering he studied all the crimes and that, and they did legit crime scenes and whatnot. One of the SK ones used to bury their unaliving kit. I wonder if he's done that. That's what I reckon too. He's hidden it by burying it. But I don't believe he parted with it. Because I don't believe if he got away with this, I don't believe that would have been the end of it either. Yeah, that's what I think too, Joe. I just can't see him the type that would, yeah, trophy, you're right, Anna. That's what I think too. At the parents' place, Molly? Because they went through the parents' place, so if it was there, they would have found it. No, I believe they would have found it if it was there, Molly, because they did do a search of their house too. They went through their property. I reckon it's in Washington. Washington myself, buried somewhere. That's right. Oceans. No, they'll pull the seats apart, Jody. I really don't think he would have taken it back with him because he was coming back anyway. So I believe it's in Washington somewhere. Yep, I agree, Pacific. All right, Bonnie. Take care, sweetheart. Love you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I think so too, Heather. And I believe he would continue using that for his unaliving of the next people or person. Because I don't think he would have stopped after these four. And I think that knife would become his trademark, to be quite honest. I believe this guy is extremely dangerous. I haven't heard that, Oceans. I heard that the sister lived near there, and then no, she didn't. She lived miles and miles away from Moscow. Yeah, I believe that, Pacific, 100%. No worries, Joe. You're fine. Yeah, I definitely don't think he would have stopped after this. Hi, Liza. How are you, hun? Happy New Year to you, sweetheart. Yeah, 100%, Anna. But like I said, I believe that knife would have become his trademark. I don't think he would be the type to go and change weapon because he'd want them to be connected. He'd want them to know it was the same person that did that, did whatever one he would have gone on to do. Thanks, Heather. I didn't even think of that. You had to go there, love, didn't you? Oh, dear God. Stop bragging, Joe. Don't wish to know who was on the phone call then. I hope that's what you meant. We're not sure now. You disagree, Liza? I believe he changed weapons. He knows the problems with the same weapon. Did Brandy check back in? No, Miss Boone. Not as far as I can remember, but then that doesn't mean anything because my brain can't remember what I did 2 seconds ago. No, I don't think she did, hun. Jody, Lamo, he's not going to make it through trial. I feel when he realises he's going to prison, he'll take the chicken. I wondered that myself too, Jody.
I'm back.
We don't want to know now.
I'm sure you don't.
No, don't want to know.
No. I knew you had to. I knew somebody was going to. It took me a minute to realize because I was talking, but yeah.
And then you answer with, oops.
Uh-huh. That was actually Jurassic Slapnut, and
that's lovely.
He did not want to be on here, so that's why I did that real quick. And he said say hello to everyone also.
Well, next time you speak to him, please give him my love and best wishes.
I will do. Well, I did that once from everybody, but who is that? Miss Boone, Brady, check back. Okay.
That's lovely, Paula.
I did watch. Well, no, I was only on the phone, Jody. I didn't go anywhere. But
gotta love them.
This has been an interesting stream, I'll say the least. Just to say the least. You guys are a trip. I love you guys to death. I'm telling you, it's been a fun one. Everything is Molly's fault. Everything is Molly's fault.
Molly started it.
All of it is Molly's fault. Oh, but I love you, girl. So it's all good. What did Paula say? Painting a unicorn with my 8-year-old. Where did my cursor go? There we go.
She said that's good for some people.
That's a good thing.
Out of the mouths of babes.
Yes, everything's fine, Kat.
Hey, I'm innocent, Molly said. No, you're not, Molly. Not this time, hun. You started it.
If you say so, Molly. Right, folks. Let me pull this up.
Molly
here.
would not do anything like that. She is innocent until proven guilty. That's right, Mama Bear.
Uh-huh.
M2. What a relaxing day before I go back to work. You're welcome, Jody. I'm just reading chat away.
Yeah, very good.
Jody said, what a relaxing day before I go back to work. Thank you.
Oh.
Cheryl says, well, thank God he's okay.
Yes, he is. He's fine.
Thank you, Liza. My daughter airbrushed that. It just looked there without the tree. So I thought I'll just put some of her pictures up behind me now. Molly's full of poop. She's not now, apparently. Yeah, Dad.
My son is in the back of the house. What was that?
I heard him. That's why I said
Alexa,
your dad.
I don't know who has an Echo Dot or an Alexa Echo Dot, but you know that she'll do that. She'll make those noises for you if you ask her to 100 times in a row. That this shows you how bored we get at times around here. Anyway, yeah. So.
Oh God, I love you guys.
Yep. What a day. Well, anyway. Yes, interesting poll results. So. Stop it, phone. Let's check the poll, guys. Forgot about it for a minute. And the poll.
Stay on topic, Joe. Molly said.
Stay on topic. Which one, Molly?
You're pooping or the POS?
Yeah. So who thinks that there is more than one person involved in this case? 57% said no. 42% said yes.
So it's close.
It is very close. I get it. I don't know where I'm at on it right at this point. I still think somebody is involved somewhere.
I'm just stuck on the whole, you're driving there. Mind you, consider this, right? This guy is so intelligent, right?
Mm-hmm.
According to everybody. He is that intelligent. One, he uses mummy's car to have to go and do this. That's like, hey, Mum, do you mind if I borrow your car just to go and unalive a few people? I'll bring it back, I promise.
Yeah,
seriously.
Nice and clean. No worries. I'll put the gas back in it too.
Welcome, like if you're going to do something like this, please use your own car. But anyway, but no, yeah. I'm stuck on the whole thing of they know what time he come in, what time he drove out, right?
I think so, yeah.
I'm still stuck on this whole thing. He followed him around. I understand this, but riddle me this. How was he 100% sure driving in there at that time that only them people would be in that house, that they weren't, one, having the party, or two, had more friends over that were staying the night considering it was a weekend, or that they didn't have a party earlier and there'd be several people there? It is like, to me, somebody has rang him and said, right, now's your time.
Mm-hmm.
And I could be totally wrong. I know that.
Right.
But I am really stuck on that he would take that, being as intelligent as he is, to take that chance of speeding there to get it done and get out in hope that nobody else would be there yet, no one party house, etc., etc. I'm stuck on that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree on that.
I believe he did unalive them himself.
So,
but
do we know for a
somebody
fact?
Else tipped him off?
I mean, that's possible too, Stan. Like I said, nothing has been off the table with this whole scenario. So,
I know he was watching the motion, but I'm still stuck on the whole, how did he know at that time to drive there to be safe? Because they've got him going in and out. So,
yeah.
I'm still stuck of why is he taking the off chance if I go there now, they're going to all be in bed and there's going to be no extra people there.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, the chief said that he believes it's just one. And again, I've been wrong before. There's no reason why I can't be wrong again. You know what I mean? So
100%. And insane about LE, I've got to take my hat off to him. I don't know why people continually put down the police and say, oh, you know, he smiled too much or he did this too much or he did that too much. Who cares what he did or how he presents? He wasn't a public speaker. He's law enforcement. That's his job, not to be a public speaker, for one. And two, he did his job.
Well, and you know what? Now that I'm thinking about this, not to interrupt you, Lisa, but
no, you're right.
I just thought of something, you guys. What about the whole remember the whole when the computer system went down overnight for 6 hours and the cameras went down? Do you remember that? Do you think that he had anything to do with that, or do you think that was just a damn coincidence?
Could be a great possibility.
I completely forgot about that one. I mean, yeah, I just now remembered that.
Yeah.
With Ocean saying that he was watching them, and somebody else saying it's like I just now remembered that. Like, I mean, do you guys think he did that? Or do you think this is a coincidence?
Could be either, but it's a good possibility.
It very much is. I mean, the guy's not stupid. We know that. Which again, maybe he knew. This is where I keep thinking that there's another person involved. Why did I say it like that? There are no coincidences. That's right, Molly. Why did I say involved? I'm British for a minute. There's another person involved. Involved. I mean, that's why I keep going back to it. There's too many things that would make me believe that somebody else had to have something to do with it, you know? It's like all these little things. I don't know, guys. I don't know. But I completely forgot about that whole scenario. Completely.
Even if he followed them through Google location, that still doesn't guarantee that they are all in that house alone, that no extra people are staying there.
This is true.
And if he was watching them that night, right?
Yep.
So common sense, if he was watching them that night, then this is what would be strange about that. Then he leaves and then drives back in a hurry to do this. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't at all. Molly's going back to the white truck. I want to know who drives the white truck.
That poor people that were parking.
I mean, that's why I said, guys, there's so many questions to other things with, you know, we're going to go off subject just a little bit.
I agree with them. Sorry.
Kohberger, it's okay.
I agree with them, Sherry, that he was watching them, but I'm still stuck on this one night. So that house was unpredictable. So we'll put it this way. If that's a known party house and they have friends coming in and out, that's why the door's left open, etc., etc. They have people staying over, boyfriends, etc. So for him to go there that night, even if he was watching them, that house is so unpredictable. And if he was there watching them, then why would he then drive there, speed out of there, or speed there, get out of there? He would be in that area, still watching them. He'd only have to get out of his car and go to the house.
Yeah.
If you get what I'm trying to say, it doesn't.
Absolutely.
to take an off chance that, okay, I've watched them, I'm going to leave now and come back, still there could be an off chance that somebody's turned up.
Right. No, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Huh. Like I said, there's too many other things that are going on with this too that this doesn't add up, you know? Let's see. Ocean says, not that I think they were involved in the unaliving, but it's confirmed that the old sorority sisters that live near victim's home did call 911 for noise complaint when the cops showed up.
Was
that has been confirmed. The girls were very active on social media showing location, but yes, I get that he either took a big risk or had another watcher. See, I'm saying there is somebody else involved. There's got to be somewhere along the lines. And maybe when the, you know, when the chief is saying that this is the only person, maybe he's saying, you know, in regards to the unaliving itself.
Yeah, that I don't. This guy is, to me, as everybody says, he's smart, he's intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
With somebody like that, they're not going to take the risk of just driving in there going, yeah, tonight's the night that they'll all just, you know, go to a bar and come home and just hop straight into bed.
Now let me ask you guys this, since we're talking about this right here. We all agree, most of us agree. I haven't seen anybody disagree. But I got you, Jody. That this was premeditated, right? Now, do we think that the premeditation was everything? If you guys know what I'm saying. Okay, phone, stop.
Paula, according to the Reddit post that he apparently was meant to write, but unconfirmed at this point, apparently it was Maddie and Zaina that were the target.
Oh my God. Hold on, guys.
And it was Zaina and Ethan that went first, and then he went upstairs.
Yeah, I think Ethan was a surprise as well. I think Ethan caught him coming in the house, which is why Ethan, I think this how I still think it went down, you guys. I think he came in, made some kind of a noise or something prompted Ethan to get out, you know, come out and look. And I think he caught him and Ethan went head to head right there. Okay. Which is why Ethan was found where he was and how he was. And that was handled. And then, of course, Xana reacted to that, and he dealt with that situation too. And then he went upstairs and went about what he was doing. That's still how I think that happened. But I really, really, even with what you're saying, Lisa, with the other things I'm thinking of, I mean, I really think there is somebody else involved. I agree with Ruby too. I believe that's why I think this is so severely premeditated. I did, Molly. I didn't know if you wanted me to show that or not for sure right now. I absolutely will. I just wanted you to tell me yay or nay. But I do have that email.
Here's another thought. That survey he was doing.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right, because I said this
one. He didn't make a connection with somebody that answered that survey too.
That's what I said. That is what I said.
And as everybody says that he has no respect for women, well, that might be the case. So who would you use to help you in something like this? Him being who he is, I couldn't imagine him sharing this or doing this with another male. However, a female, if you listen to what they say about him, this guy is very controlling. And a female would be who he targeted.
I agree.
And somebody he could control.
Yeah, that's why I don't think Ethan was a target at all. I think because he had been stalking, Kaylee through her social media, that she was good afternoon, crazy girl, oddities and adventures. I think that Kaylee was the target, in my opinion. Okay, and or Maddie, but mostly Kaylee. I truly think that the other 3 were collateral damage, sadly, especially Ethan.
Well, that's what I think, Paula. To not only give him ideas, but to find somebody. And to me, it would be a female because of the way this guy is. And he has to have the ultimate control. And the fact that he thinks females are less than him, or whichever way you want to put it, to me, he would choose a less than him person, a female, that he, in his own mind, thinks he can control, especially if he's got something over him. So if you consider he did that survey, and if you notice it said, even if you weren't caught for the crime. So could you imagine a woman saying, I unalived my partner and never got done for it, etc., etc. There's your perfect victim to use. And what would he have over him? You say anything about me, and guess what? Not only will you get done for this, but you'll get done for what you did before. And I have proof you did it.
Yeah, I agree. I can agree.
Yeah, me too, Liza, 100%. I think that had been, if he's never done this before or unalived anybody before, I think this is what give him life, that brought him back to life. I think this has been building up and building up and building up.
I still would. This is why I want to know more about him. I've been digging and I cannot find it. I want to know about his mother. Okay. We all know it's been talked about that the father was off. The whole family was just a little different. They were saying, people around them, neighbors and stuff like that, so on and so forth. I want to know about the mother because I can't find anything about her. I don't know anything about her. And I'd like to know if there was something that happened in this guy's life that very possibly could have caused this, Now, his professor was talking about in an interview something that caught my attention, saying about how she had been looking into neuro, good God. Sorry, guys. Neuro things, not neuro things, but like neurological, brain issues, something in the brain that may have caused this. And that kind of that sparked my interest because I've looked into some of these things before because of this surgery I had years ago. Oh, shoot. 1 second, everybody.
All right. I don't know. I've got that. Only my opinion, guys. I just have that gut feeling, being the way he is, etc., that survey was not only used to find out their feelings and how they went about things to try and pull off the perfect crime, but for him to also come across somebody he thought he could control or thinks he can control. And to me, that definitely wouldn't be a male, being the person he is. But being a female, if she had have answered that survey and said, yep, I did this and got away with it, He's got you game, set, and match.
That's my question to you guys. Does anybody have any info on the mother? And what do you guys think?
I heard the mother, whatever. I can't. She did some teaching. She wasn't a teacher, but she did something in the school.
Right.
And apparently she was lovely.
Do we know
but
that?
That's all I know about her.
Right. That's all we know.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder. I still don't think anyone else was involved. He sees, hold on.
Intellect to be superior to everyone else. I don't think he would trust anyone else to. Yes, but if you think about it that way, Paula, just saying, hun, I'm not arguing with you, because the chances are I'm probably wrong.
Thank you, Heather.
But if you think of it this way, if a woman answered that survey and said, I unallied my husband or ex-partner, whatever, and no, I've never been caught for it, and he starts talking to that woman, then what better way to control somebody? If you don't do what I say, I have all this information that you've written yourself, so you've already hung yourself, and I'll just call the authorities. That'd be the greatest control ever over a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And why a woman? Because he believes they're less than him. As he calls them bees and all the rest of it, when they won't take his advances.
Yeah. Which weirdly kind of almost puts him in that incel category, but not really though. You know what I mean? It's odd, to say the least.
Smoothie Cakes, you're right. I don't think he would either, in the glory of unaliving them himself. However, to have a watch out, yep, I believe he would.
It can go either way, truthfully. I agree on that. I get the whole ego thing and the, not trusting somebody enough to do it the way he would want it done. But for something minute as just to watch out for this, to give him like a, hey, this is what's going on. Incel, Jody, somebody had asked that earlier. If it was you, I'm sorry for not answering earlier. An incel is somebody that, I'm trying to think of the exact way to express or explain this.
Incel is a guy that blames all pretty women for women not being attracted to him.
Basically, yeah.
For making him believe he's ugly, that he can't get a girlfriend, etc., etc. So he blames all good-looking women for it.
Right, Sherry. And we've looked. I know Squirrels looked. Schmooby, I think Schmooby was looking. Heather, Molly. Oh, my good Lord, with this phone. I think everybody has been looking to try to find a girlfriend, a boyfriend, anything like that. And nobody can find anything that I know of. Which is kind of odd. I mean, Sherry said he's ugly. I mean, okay. But there's somebody for everybody, even if you're ugly,
right.
In my opinion. I'm going to go nuts with this phone.
But if you think about having something like that over you, something you've done in the past that you haven't been caught for, that now somebody's using it against you, you do become an easy target and easy to manipulate.
Right.
I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just nicking in there to take a few things because they robbed me, etc. He could have told them anything. All I need you to do is let me know who they come home with, when the lights go out, etc., etc.
Yeah. And again,
and like I said, it's only a thought and my opinion. That's it.
With Pamela saying what she said, unable to attract a female sexually. I mean, I can believe that because I can see this guy, like the way that his personality seems to project. you know, telling a woman, well, you're doing this in that kind of being intimate and telling them that they're wrong. You're doing this wrong. You can't do it that way. That's what I'm trying to say, which would be a huge turnoff for any woman or guy, to be honest with you, depending on what the sexuality is. You know, and that's all I'm saying is like, you know, it just, I can't imagine any type of relationship being a possibility for him because of his personality, if that makes any sense, guys.
But then he had a relationship with that female friend.
The one that
he drove around to get, and he apologized and everything to her by message and whatnot, and he wasn't rude. So go figure that.
Right. Absolutely. Hold on a second, guys. I'm reading something. Sorry.
He may have had a girlfriend, and the ex-girlfriend is too embarrassed to come out too.
Well, that's very well, yeah. I mean, let's think about that. If there is somebody, would they want to admit to it? you know,
that's it.
I can't imagine, like, oh yeah, me and Brian dated. Nope.
No.
No. I don't see that happen. Yeah, he's got that look, that almost smirk, cocky, arrogant. I'm better than everybody on the planet. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
I don't know at all. I can be honest with you. There are weird people.
If you look at how many partners have been crucified for their and parents that have been crucified for what their kids do, or you know, their partner gets crucified. How did you not know, etc., etc.? Really, after all this, would you come out and say, yeah, I used to date him, or I was dating him? There's no way on earth I would.
Yeah, I agree on that wholeheartedly. He seems like he would.
You're right, Liza. There is.
You know, very, very possible, Heather. You know, that's the best way I could think. The only way he could probably get it, like, have it succeed, because they don't have to actually deal with him in reality. So there probably have been, you know, without ever meeting somebody, sadly. What is with all this stuff that came through on my phone?
I agree with that too, Heather, because he can be anything he wants online.
That's exactly what I was saying. Yeah. You never got a DV police problem, as far as we know. But he's had very close to like stalking issues. You know, in public places. Oh, well, I said very close to, meaning like he's been in bars and stuff, and he's weirded people out.
Yes.
Stuff
like, and then pretended he didn't know anything about it. That you got the wrong person.
Right. Yeah, that's creepy in and of itself. You know what I mean?
Oh, yep.
So, yeah, that's different. That's completely
it's also
different.
Manipulation. Oh, you got the wrong guy. I don't know what you're talking about. Now he'll leave me alone.
Well, which is the same thing he's doing. He did when he
was
calling
the women. Sorry, and when you think of it that way, sorry, Joe.
No, it's okay.
He's calling the women liars, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And making that guy question whether it was him or not.
Yep. The same thing he's doing well, basically with the charges against him right now.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, which is that's we all know that that's just a manipulative game that he's playing. That, and on the other hand of, you know, the other side of things, he's not talking at all. Other than the little things he said, he's not talking about anything. He won't talk. So, you know, it's a game, I think. Yeah.
That's what I say too. I can see this guy being very much like Daryl Brooks, only, yes, I agree, he's a lot more intelligent.
A whole lot more.
But Daryl Brooks knew right from word go he was going to be found guilty.
Yeah, he did.
Everything he did in that courtroom was to delay.
100%.
And that's why I take my hat off to the judge, because she made sure it couldn't be done as a mistrial or anything. Yeah, that's why she tolerated his games and then let him have it at the end of it.
I still don't know how she dealt with that entire trial. Like, I would have snapped out on him a long time ago.
That's what upset me, because I watched that whole trial. And believe it or not, I've watched it twice since then. And the thing that gets me is how so many people crucified her too. Oh, get her off of there. They shouldn't have made her judge and all the rest of it. She's given him everything he wants. No, she was making sure it wasn't a mistrial.
Right. That there were no mistakes made, that he couldn't call back and have to go back through this again. She wanted it done right the first time. You could tell she was irritated.
Yeah, it did upset her, but like, she let him cop it. Like, she told him on no uncertain terms at the end of that she knew he was playing games and was trying to delay it, etc., etc. at the end of that.
100%. Yes. 100%. And everybody knew that. Everybody that watched that stupid trial knew what he was doing, how he's, you know, all of it. So.
And how it was all about him and what he was going to miss out, you know. Oh, yep. I'm so sorry for the victims, etc., etc., and then spent 2 hours talking about himself. And I can see this guy being very similar in that way, that he'll pull every stunt he can in the courtroom.
And he will. He will 100% do those types of things too. But I think he's going to do it with a more
legal mindset.
Yeah, because he knows what he's doing, as to where Brooks.
Yeah.
Brooks, I don't think Brooks even know how to write his name clearly. So
no, it'll be much more of an intelligent, more law following trial. But
like I said, he's going to give them a real run for their money, guys. In my opinion, I really, really feel that because he knows what he's doing. He knows the right, you know, the ins and outs. Thank you, Miss Heather, so very much.
Well, at least he thinks he does, and he'll think he's smarter than any lawyer that walks into that, or any attorney. What do they call it?
Say it again.
He would think he's smarter than district attorney.
Oh, the DA. Oh, yeah.
The DA. Yeah, sorry.
Absolutely.
You know, I can defend myself, and I'll show them how to use the law.
Mm-hmm.
He would honestly think he's smarter than anybody in that courtroom.
Yep. And I think he's going to. I think he's going to go in with the utmost arrogance and cockiness that he possibly could have.
Yep, me too.
Truthfully. Okay, because he just comes off that way completely, guys.
I think they're going to have to work, because he's going to make them work, and he's going to make them prove everything.
Mm-hmm. Everything. He's going to want to see every bit of discovery on everything that they have on him. Everything. And he's going to want to see every single.
Joe? Okay, is it me or him? Guys,
bit of proof or any kind of evidence.
You dropped off for a minute. Sorry. Yep.
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here. You dropped off. I just don't know whether it was you or me. It was you that cut out. Thank you.
Sorry, it's my wondrously stupid internet.
I was just checking this time because last time I did that, it wasn't me.
And that's true. Oh yeah, you're not lying, Molly, and it scares me. A lot of people really do, and I'm talking like high end people, not high end, but like higher ups, believe that he has a chance at very possibly beating this. Okay, and that's what scares me, everyone. That literally scares me.
Ted Bundy was smart. I hate to say it. Even the judge commended him.
Yeah, but I think this guy's got Bundy even by a mile, I'll say. Okay. Just because, first of all, things have changed from when Bundy was tried for his crimes.
Yep.
Laws have changed, things have changed, and this and that. And I feel like this guy is so much smarter than Ted Bundy was. And the difference with Bundy and this guy, in my opinion, guys, Bundy was smart, but he also was more, I'm trying to think of the right phrasing for this. He was very manipulative in other ways, with charisma and class. Yeah. At least he presented it like that. I don't think this guy has that. I think it's just pure, unadulterated intelligence, period.
Yep.
And that's where the arrogance comes from. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there. You're right. Bundy did have that charisma and he could relate to other people.
Mm-hmm. Like Bundy in the courtroom, if the district attorney was a female, I could see him like Bundy, like flirting with her to you know what I mean? And this guy's not like that, is what I'm saying.
No.
So,
no, well, look what other people said about Bundy. He was a really lovely person, that they would never have picked it, etc., etc. But this guy, you could pick.
Yeah. Agreed.
Me too, Paula, 100%.
I agree. And I also want to throw something else out there.
I would have liked to know.
Go ahead, Lisa. What were you saying?
I would have liked to know how long it would have taken him after this before he went out and did it again. I mean, thank God they got him before then. But I believe the arrogance of this guy wouldn't have taken long.
No. Not at all. Involuntary celibate. Yeah, I got you. I know what you're saying, Ms. Boone. Yeah, and that's what it was. Bundy's thing was more of a manipulation tactics. It wasn't so much the intelligence. He was smart, but he manipulated every aspect he could. You know what I mean? This one is just like, he's so intelligent that he's going to know any loopholes, any way, shape, or form that he can manipulate the law to do what it needs to do for him because of what he knows, his knowledge levels and stuff. I mean, for God's sakes, you guys, the guy's got a doctorate in law. Basically.
But on top of that, like I said, Bundy could relate to other people. He could socialize.
Right.
This guy is socially awkward.
Yes, he is definitely socially awkward, and that's not going to work for him. It's going to be all about what he knows,
Because he has to prove he's smarter than everybody else.
That's thank you, Liza. I was gonna say that earlier and I lost my train of thought. I believe he very well may be on the spectrum. Okay. I very well do. And it could be in a different versions of whether it's autistic, whether it's Asperger's, but I feel like he very well could be on the spectrum, guys. I'm telling you. That's why I said he scares me with this trial, because I can only imagine what this trial is going to entail. Like I said, it's going to be like a 3-ring circus, in my opinion. I'm telling you.
Yep. And he's going to make sure they cross their T's and dot their I's, because he'll find every little thing he can.
Yep. I do agree on that one. I definitely agree.
I believe this guy is 100% really dangerous.
Uh-huh. Yes.
In more ways than one.
Yes. Not even physically.
No.
Mentally. Oh, with my phone. I'm going to blow it up today.
Yeah, me too, Molly.
I think he had this plan from the beginning to end. Every single outcome and detail have been gone through. Yes, that's what I was saying when I said earlier about the how premeditated do you think it is? That's what I was saying. I think that every absolute single detail has been like ran through, gone through, run over, and picked up and ran through again. You know what I mean?
Me too, including the court case.
Yep. All of it, the outcome, possible.
I will guarantee you he had that in his mind that if I get caught and he goes to trial, this, and this, it'd all be planned.
Yep. I think he planned out what several different outcomes of the trial could be. You know what I'm saying? All of it, guys. Every single bit of it has been thought about and planned out, period. That's what 100%. Makes me nervous about this.
I agree with you there.
It is crazy.
Scaringly crazy.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And that's what I mean by him being dangerous.
I absolutely agree. And I think that he's even going to be dangerous. Okay, I'll put it this way. I'll take it as far as to say that if he does go through, I should say when, because I hope to God everything goes through and he does get found guilty, blah, blah, blah. But once the trial's said and done and he's, convicted, sentenced and all that, I think he'll even try to manipulate that situation inside prison, guys.
Yep. And I think he will find any excuse to appeal any decision they come up with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's going to be, first of all, we all know that he's going to be found guilty. Okay. Just to say the least, but there's going to be multiple, and I mean multiple, appeals to this. He'll take this to the Supreme Courts if he has to. Wherever he'll go with this, he will do it. That's how I see this going. And then some. Okay. So I don't know. It really, really does make me nervous, everyone. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, and that's the other side.
Paula.
That is the other side of it, Paula. His bachelor's degree was in psychology.
Yep.
Yeah, it is true. It is true. So he's got that background along with the knowledge that he has in law and criminology. So put that together with it too, because that's something that can be used as a manipulative tactic. Sorry.
Yep. 100%.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what scares me with this guy.
Because he'd be reading everybody in that courtroom.
Yep. Every single person. Very scary, guys. Jodi Arias. It's going to be worse than that, Pamela. I feel it. I really do. It's going to be worse than that.
I don't know, Pacific. I would like to know that too.
Why do the most intelligent minds commit? Because they're bored, Breezy. I really feel that people that have these amazing, super intellectual minds, I think they're bored. And they've done, it's too easy to do what you can do with your mind to the good. And I think they get bored and their minds, they go deeper into their minds and then like, well, what if I do this? Or can I get away with that? Or they think too deeply on certain things, I think.
Or they feel they're not getting the recognition they deserve.
You
So
heard
they're
that,
going to
yeah.
go and do a shock thing to get that recognition.
Right. That's a good way to look at it, Lisa. I respect that a lot. So yeah. He knew Ethan was almost living in that house. Ethan and Xana started dating in June. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely he did. I think that he was watching these people, even outside of where, well, see, this makes me wonder now, because if we go back to where Kaylee was saying that she was being stalked at nighttime when she was out doing different things here and there, makes you wonder, was that who was stalking her?
But he wasn't stalking her.
We don't know.
But if you go by what they traced to his email address, which is that Reddit post, according to that, it was Maddie and Xana. I would like to know what triggered him. What did they do that triggered him to target them? Regardless of which one it was, what, and I don't mean that to shrug them girls off, please don't.
No, I know what you're saying.
But what did they do that he took such great offense to that he decided, yeah, because one, he hadn't been there for long when you think about it.
Right.
So for him to have this well planned and that, this, whatever it was, took place near on immediately when he got there, or not long after he got there, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder what it was that one of these girls or both of the girls triggered him. If you go by that, by his Reddit post, right? If that was legitimately him and he said Xana and Maddie were the targets, then what did both them girls do to him that he decided, yep?
Well, see, I don't know.
No, I don't either.
The change of the lock. See, I didn't really know that it was that Anna or Xana and Maddie. I didn't know that was an issue. All I knew was that he had followed
Joe.
Kaylee on with Mad Greek, right? Xana and Maddie worked at the Mad Greek, correct?
Yes.
That's the vegan restaurant. Maybe he went into that restaurant and tried to push himself on them, and they turned him down.
Well, that's what I wondered. Did he make a pass at him and they turned him down?
That very well could be it right there. That could be what started this whole thing.
Like I said, unrequited love, unrequited affection, etc., etc. Now you're going to pay for every woman that turned me down.
Right. And then once again, that puts him in the incel category. In a way.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. That very well could be it right there. But so then I would venture to say that the target, that maybe the targets were Xana and Maddie then. But if that's the case, why did Kaylee take so much of the brunt end of it in that sense?
Because
unless
she ran.
Maybe she tried to fight back.
Ran.
Or she's the one that got up to run. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. There it is.
Actually, thinking about that Pacific, do you know what else could have been? That maybe they give him the wrong meal and it had meat in it too.
Oh my. Yeah, that will set somebody off that is mentally unstable.
Especially if he's like they said he would. You couldn't cook it. You had to have new pots. And that for him before you could cook him anything.
Yep.
So think about it. If they accidentally give him the wrong meal.
Yep.
Or say one, since they both worked at the same place, maybe one of them took his order and the other one gave him his order and it had meat in it. or was they wrote down the wrong thing or got orders mixed up, and he's had meat in it, that might have very well set him off.
Absolutely. Like to him in his mind that they did it to him on purpose, you know? Because people like that think that way. Kaylee was half awake. He entered through the balcony. I think I agree, Liza, and I think he encountered Ethan and Xana first, made his way to the top, and we've already been told how that went to an extent, you know, that he went after the one, the other woke up and tried to run. He caught that one and handled her, and then they were laying on top of each other. So yeah, this is there's a lot to this, you guys. There is a lot to this. I'm very curious about tomorrow, and I'm super curious about this trial.
Yeah, me too.
And we're gonna stay with the trial the whole time. Yeah, violated, Anna. That does make sense. Like, he could 100% have felt violated because of, in his mind, again, they did this to you on purpose. They did this to me on purpose. They're trying to do this to me, or they're trying to do that to me. So I'm going to get them. You know what I mean?
Well, seems he was so OCD about that.
Right.
When you think about it, that would be the one thing that would set him off.
Yeah.
Other than being knocked back, right?
Right.
Well,
overgrilled his tofu planks. Yeah, exactly. Vegan rage. Not to mention, I did read
that's what he was like.
Yeah, and I read some stuff. I read some factual stuff about vegan diets that is very difficult to follow the vegan diet the correct way. There's like a specific way to follow it for it to work and to be successful at it. And that it can cause, if you don't, it can cause, like, you know, emotional and mental detachments and anger issues and things like that, I guess. Because of like what you're doing to your body, you know, you're not doing it the right way. So you're causing these problems and that problems. So, or these problems and those problems. So, you know, that's something else. You guys in this tofu stuff, really.
I was a vegetarian. I wasn't vegan. I was a vegetarian for 12 years, right?
Yeah.
And I can honestly say, and I'm not a big meat eater now, honestly, as you know, because of my job, but other from that, I'm still not big on meat. But anyway, when I became a vegetarian, I did notice the difference, because no matter which way an animal is unalived, adrenaline goes through their body, which seeps into the meat.
The meat and the muscle, yes.
And then you cook the meat, you eat the meat, you're eating that adrenaline.
Yep.
Now, I noticed myself, this is me, and quite a few other people that are vegans and vegetarians, that they had found that they become a lot calmer.
Yeah.
Because they weren't eating that adrenaline. I noticed it in myself. Because back then, I mean, this was when I was a lot younger. Back then, I would be very quick to, you know, argue or fire up. But after not eating meat, within a couple of months, I was, and I don't mean just a little calmer, I was a lot calmer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's been proven already. I don't know. I eat that stuff. I can't not have my meat. It drives me nuts. What is this? That Miss Molly?
Vicky, I'm going by the Reddit post that he apparently was meant to have written, because they traced his email to it. In that, he says the target, he corrected other people and said, no, you're way off. The target was Maddie and Xana.
I'm trying to think
and
now.
See, Paula, that's what I thought too. But according to his post in Reddit where he corrected other people, he said no, Ethan and Zaina were first and then he went upstairs.
Right. I still feel that way too. This is the email I kept forgetting to bring up for you guys that Molly sent me. Yeah, he did make those comments about the LGBTQ. I do remember that. All right, this is the 4chan rumor that Sigma Chi frat brothers were involved. Okay, now this may not have any bearing on anything anymore, but I don't know. This was the whole 4chan thing. Yeah, she sent this at 8:34 this morning, by the way, guys. So, along with the harassing cat thing she was sending me and trying to poop in my channel, we avoided all that for this now. So, these are the 4chan statements that were made and the posts that were made that I never brought out before. Thank you, Molly, for this, hon, by the way. If you guys can read that. This was posted, let's see, this top one starts December 12th of 22. Yeah, there is, Lena, and I can't find it anywhere, by the way. It says schizo frat C-word D something this or something did this. I can't read the rest of it.
Mad skills with lacrosse and knife and wrestling.
You can read that.
Posed no challenge yet. They already gave their alibis DNA not in CODIS. They're laughing now. Bruh, you can see the King Roadhouse from SX room. Once that third floor light turned off, they did it. 19 minutes total, walk included. Talk about this S and Bishop Kelly and SX and E got in a fight that night. X allegedly talking S. L had probs with Mads also. This S been brewing since fall. Brush last year. C's went quiet on SM for 2 weeks before and after the deed. Mum a paralegal, so he knows not to say S. Cleared his SM. Had to take the S SX22, saw EX. Oh God, I feel like I'm doing the alphabet. And
it's hard.
B at
it's
the
hard.
party. And E have issues back to E rushing. E talks about taking roids and having his balls shrivel peed as he wanted X for dumbass young'uns like E.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm grabbing my drink.
Okay.
Keep
Taylors
going.
are resigned. Blew it with E and E a second year fresher. Also self-conscious about his spike blood and talks empty. Talk about this in general for a while. Talked about leaving their cell phones behind and on YouTube autoplay. No pings, no guns. Too loud, area dead early Sunday mornings. Even calls out media saying titles was target. This is false. Titles had like targets were EX and Mads. Mads talked about never acknowledged yet. Then over here, WKF 30 South and E hated each other. Got a bid because our house GPA sucked and the no was on our asses. Schizo, Dirty South and E could not be more opposite. Mads did talk dirty, also peed she with Regina. had to charge no plug. Mads also target. Title's not a target at all. Bad luck, well-known fact. High probability some brothers are aware. Regina has ample opportunities and will play. Grieving boyfriend actually talked about this in detail in the past. Wear electrician's gloves, put on baggy clothes after and walked away. By the way, BTW, Dad works for a professional cleaning company. This was disposed of in Garden City over the Thanksgiving holiday. Okay, read it. Done them all.
I don't know how you saw any of that. I couldn't.
Now you made it bigger.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Well, because Paula, this is what I was saying earlier on. This, all of this stuff was still out there, though. Okay.
Oh, Vicky, you don't need to apologize, hon. I was just letting you know what was on the Reddit thing, love. You have no reason to apologize, hon.
Right. Yeah, this stuff is still out there, though, Paula. That's why, you know, I just wanted to bring it out. Molly put it up there, and it's still out there. So these things still exist in somebody's mind. It's a little weird. Okay. It's a little weird.
Yeah,
And
I wonder why they haven't traced who put them out.
What's that?
I wonder why the LA haven't traced who put these 410 stuff
I'm
out.
guessing because they believe, based on DNA, that this is it. You know what I mean? And like I said, who knows? I still think there's somebody else involved. It could be anybody that they're talking about in here, or nobody. You know what I mean?
I get that. Sorry, Joe. I get that they say they've got the person. That's fine. But what about this person? Not saying they're involved, but to even write this thing up.
Exactly.
They should be pulled in and charged for that.
This has bugged me.
Oh, has he,
from the
Miss
time
Boone?
I
I
first
didn't
saw
know
this.
that.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow. See?
Like I said, guys, even though we were wrong, here, not that this is the way it's going to happen, because there was DNA, there was this, there was that. What if he ended up being completely innocent and they were completely wrong? You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that that's what I think or what I feel, but seeing these things posted, somebody wrote this for whatever reason, okay? Whether it's because they have a hatred of somebody.
I just think he could use that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, this is crazy. This could be his defense, and it's all over the place, guys. All over the place. I don't know exactly which Lena was. I was mistaken. I thought Lena was talking about something else, but there was another 4chan that was put out. So I don't know. This is just, there's a lot to this whole thing, as I've been saying, and this is just one more thing, guys, that just kind of weirds me out. Thank you for that, Molly, by the way, once again. Yeah, he's been kicked out of a couple restaurants, I believe. He just doesn't seem to have any social cues or skills whatsoever. Thank you, Breezy. What's this here? Okay. Gotcha. No, not that. That's not what I need. So, put that out there. If anybody would like to give a call in, throw up some ideas, opinions, theories, talk about what we've talked about today. Again, who Bryan Kohberger is. I think we've come to the conclusion as to who he is. For the most part, we kind of know who he is. There's a lot about him that we still don't know, I'm sure. Somebody like this probably lives his life in a hole.
Mm-hmm.
Two the defense wounds was the second one that saw him stab the other. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Vegans don't like blood from meats. Right. Somebody else had brought that to my attention before. And that was kind of where that whole, remember earlier on when we were talking, I gave you that thought that popped into my head about maybe he had somebody else do the physical part of it. That's where that idea came from. But I don't know, guys. I don't know. You know,
But then you think about it, Miss Boone, he's been in his classes where they've done
right
real crime scenes.
Right. And that's the difference.
Mm. He mightn't be able to, well, clearly he doesn't hurt animals, clearly. And he doesn't, thank you, he doesn't believe in animals being hurt, clearly. He might have a different thing if you unalive the animal in front of him, but apparently humans mean nothing to him.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly.
Oh, I agree, Breezy. I do
don't
agree.
know if that come out the right way or not.
Welcome, Hash Cats.
Yes, sorry, Hash. Thank you for that. That's nice of you to say.
Exactly, Ms. Boone. And I was going to bring that up earlier. Like, even if he were to pull some kind of a medical Asperger's or anything like that, it was premeditated. So that just blows that out of the water completely, in my opinion. So he won't be able to use that. I'm hoping. I'm absolutely.
No, well, he can't. Apparently, they don't have it in that state anyway. Right. They don't have what do they call it? I did this because I wasn't right-minded.
Oh,
what do they call it?
The I know what you're trying to say. Yeah. The no
insanity defense. Thank you.
There's
Sherry.
no insanity defense allowed. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. I couldn't get there either. Sorry.
I was trying.
Yeah. Which is a good thing. Very good thing. Happy New Year to you as well, Hash. And again, he doesn't seem to be worried about that. He's waiving extradition, everything. Nothing's a problem. Adolf Hitler was a vegan too.
Was he?
Well, yeah, I've heard that before.
Go. Didn't know that.
Me too, Pink.
Yeah, true. I'm one of them. No.
What Lena said could be very possible too, guys.
Yep, could be. Although it was his auntie he made buy new pots because he had to go. They went out there for a funeral, and he made the auntie go and buy new pots and that to cook his food in.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I would have told him, but anyway, moving right along. And I'm like that too, Miss Boone. I like my animals over people.
See, that's what I was saying when I was talking about wanting to know about his mother, Liza. Just curious. Boy, would I like to have been a fly on the wall growing up in that house. Just to see.
Yeah.
Again, if anybody would like to call in, there's the number. Tell us what you think.
Please call in. Call in and chit chat with us, please. Pretty, please. And that's what he sounds like
No.
to me, actually.
5,
He's
6 minutes.
Miss Boone, he sounds like a spoiled brat to me.
Uh-huh. Yes, he does.
He's
Again,
always had his own way.
was it mom or dad or both?
Well,
my opinion. I want to know about his mom. Definitely want to know about his mom.
I know his mum fussed over him too. It was like he was a young kid, especially when he first went to Washington. Like I said, I know she was on some post, home decorating post or fashion post, whatever it was, and she said she won't be on there for 3 days because she'll spend 3 days crying over her son leaving to go to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy was 27, for God's sakes.
That's probably
Not saying it doesn't upset you, even when my kids go somewhere, but I'm not going to sit there and cry unless they're leaving for good.
That's funny that you brought that up, Hash. That's been said. I've seen that in a few different places. That it was even said in my chat earlier with Paladin, that this is a whole CIA thing and so on and so forth. I'm not much of a believer in that stuff, but to each their own. And I respect anybody's opinion, but it has been said by a lot of people, whether they're conspiracy theorists or they see something
that about
what's that?
I heard that about Brian Laundrie and why does his name come up?
It's been said by multiple people about multiple people. You know what I mean? So to each their own beliefs. I don't feel that way, but
Lena would like your email.
Oh yeah, sure, no problem, Lena. I think this has been a really good stream today, guys. I'm very satisfied with it. I think we've all expressed opinions, thoughts. It's right there at the bottom in the chat there, Lena. Since that mind control MK Ultra, I believe our government. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've never not believed that, but in a circumstance like this, I'd like to know, like, if you're going to go in that direction with it, what is the whole basis for this?
I'm sorry, Pamela. That must have been hard for you, hon.
I'm sorry, Pam. Yeah, that's fine, Lena.
Must have been so hard on you.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to pull up this email from Lena, and then I think we're going to bring it down, guys. We've been going a good 4 hours now. I think we talked about what we really wanted to. And again, we always have tomorrow. But yeah, I want to definitely check out Lena's email and talk about it for a little bit, a few minutes here, and then move along. I am curious if he was ever subject of an experiment in college. Look at tech. Is it? Yeah. No, I got you, Breezy. Tis making sense. Where are we at here? A Mesa? You never know, Anna. You never know. Let's see. Lena, what name would it come up under? I've heard of that actually before, Hash.
Okay, Mama Bear. Please take care, hun. Thanks for being here, sweetheart. Love you,
No
hun.
worries, then. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great day, hon.
Buy your own damaged pots. I would have hit him over the head with the pot, Vicky. Come to my place and tell me to buy new pots to feed him. I can tell you what I'd be saying.
Right. I can't see. Did you send anything, Lane? Oh, okay. I gotcha. Take your time. But yeah, like once we go over that, guys, I'll be bringing it down for the day. And I thank you guys all for joining me today. It was a good day. It was a good stream. Very informative, in my opinion. And that's basically just what we've talked about, guys. You guys are all very informed on this, you know. Everybody's been doing their research, their homework, and their digging. That's impressive to me. Like I said, I'm very curious to see how this goes. Absolutely, Hash.
I still think that Chief Nuts had a connection with BCK. Maybe.
Have a great day, Anna.
I'm not sure, but something going on there.
I mean,
lost me with that, Liza.
They're talking about the neighbor, Einan, the guy that went by Chef Dizzy.
Oh, yes. Okay, with it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Again, I keep saying there has to be somebody else involved in this, in my opinion. And we don't know who it is. We don't know who it is.
Okay, Anna, please take care, sweetheart.
Yes.
Thanks for being here, hon.
Thank you so much, Anna. Much appreciated. Here we go. It's me. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh. This one I never saw. I'm not going to show this either. No, I got you, Lena. It's fine. This one says, I'm going to read this to you in sporadic parts because it's very vulgar. This was dated Monday, December 12th, 2022 at 12:53. It says, I hung their intestines from a ceiling fan and shoved my knife up somewhere on a specific person, one of the girls specifically. I'm hiding in the woods in shithole PA. Good luck catching me. Wow. Now that was
That's
on.
What I mean. This is what amazes me. If that stuff's still out there,
why nobody's been pulled on it?
Yeah, why haven't they tried to trace?
I
don't know.
These by IP addresses and ID numbers and stuff like that. But if they do it, you don't know for a fact that's the person you're going to get. But see, that says that they're in PA. Now, who knew that?
Oh,
who knew that he was in PA other than
him?
Okay, so this whole anonymous thing.
Not less he wrote that.
Is this the same anonymous that was posting the other stuff?
Not
I heard about
he's
this. I didn't
that.
see this. Nobody knew about PA yet. Right. Thank you, Molly. This is what I'm saying, guys. This has got me like so backwards on this. This is so weird.
Which tells you the person that wrote that had some sort of knowledge.
Unless he has somebody else that is doing this with him. I can't let go of it, guys.
Neither can I.
I can't. There's somebody else that I can't figure out who or how or why for that matter, but there's somebody else involved. And I swear to you guys that it has to have something to do with that whole experiment he did. I think he hooked up with somebody that has the same thought patterns as him, the same mental capacities as him, and he felt comfortable with that person and brought that person along with on the ride with him. At least one. I can't let go of that, guys. I'm sorry. There's somebody else involved in this somewhere. Right, and that's what I said, Lena. Nobody could know he was in PA other than law enforcement. They're not going to post this stuff.
Yep.
Even if law enforcement had him
from that himself.
Even if law enforcement had him from day one. Okay? He either posted this himself or he's got somebody else with him.
Yep.
Period.
And now, do you know what scares me? And I'll just say this now, right? You know how he might exonerate himself? Is that why he's going to trial, that same knife
could be used
somewhere else.
Yep, I've thought about that myself. I sure have. I told you guys this trial's got me nerve-wracked. Seriously. It was posted.
No better way to exonerate yourself than go, wait. There's another one that's just happened.
The date is December 12th, guys.
That was written.
Yep, that's when it was posted. December 12th, 2022 at 12:53 a.m.
Here's the worry, isn't it?
Now, here's the other thing.
Really a worry.
Heather says there's no ceiling fans in the house. Okay. I would put this post off as just bullshit. Excuse my language. If it didn't say I was hiding in the woods in shithole PA.
Yeah. Like I said, the only way that person would know is if they're in with him or he wrote that himself.
Right. Okay, Heather, here's what I'm trying to say, though, and I know, and I agree with you, okay?
Which I couldn't imagine him writing that himself at that point because he wasn't caught then in his mind.
Right,
so
and he
why
wasn't
would
in
he
PA.
pinpoint or direct them to PA?
He wasn't in PA on the 12th yet, but...
No, but why would he still direct them there?
Right. And unless it's somebody that knows he did it, that was either involved or just knows. And if it's somebody that knows he did it and did not blatantly turn him in, what does that say? I can't imagine anybody knowing about it that was not involved in it.
I don't know. I hope law enforcement know about them because they really need to be looked into.
Oh, well, we don't know who Anonymous is, guys. That's the hard part.
No, but they can do all the. They can trace the IP address, etc., etc.
Yeah, no,
but
I
wonder if they know about it.
I would think they do because I know that they were on the 4chan posts a lot. December 16th, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. No, he was on his way. deep throat. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Hash. I get it. I think he was on his way to PA on the 22nd. Or no, the 23rd. I'm sorry. That's, from what I understand, that's when he left, was the 23rd. 23rd or 24th. Because from what I believe, he got there on Christmas Day itself, I thought. And that's what I keep saying, Paula, that survey may have aligned him with somebody that he felt comfortable with to share this with, that has the same thinking patterns, the same thought processes, the same mental instability to go along with this, which freaks me out, because that says that there's very possibly somebody else out there that was maybe involved. And like Lisa just said, this could be part of a plan, guys, to commit another unaliving with the same murder weapon to exonerate him. To help him.
Maybe. Have a good
bye,
day,
Scooby. Have a great day, hon.
night, love. Love you, sweetheart.
Thanks for joining us today. Some posted on 4chan a pair of female panties, said it was KG. I don't know that one, Lena. Last pair now. That's just sick. I see no way. Well, sure, he could have been in and out of that house, Paula.
Paula, you can if you can show reasonable doubt. There's 4 that are no longer with us, right? If he says he was in there one day when just Maddie and Zana were home, or Maddie and Kaylee, how are you going to dispute that? Because they're not here to dispute it.
Right. He could have snuck into that house at any time before this happened.
He could have said, was invited to a party.
Wasn't there an HVAC truck there at one time? An HVAC vehicle? I swear I remember seeing a van there, and that's what his father did. I said to IK Dips.
I don't
know why, but I did.
The only way they would hang their hat on the DNA, to be honest, is if it was on one of the victims themselves. Because of it being a party house, they would know that anybody could dispute that and say, yeah, of course my DNA's there. I was there, at a party and whatever. Whereas they can't dispute it if it comes off one of the victims.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Heather, again. That house was a party house. That kid could have been in that house at any time. Anytime. Like, yeah, there's DNA all over that house, guys.
Yeah.
He could have just walked in with somebody else. He could have walked in on his own.
Yep.
They don't know who's who. That was proven when those 2 guys answered the door and nobody that lived there was there.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So
that's it.
DNA.
All he has to do is create reasonable doubt as far as the DNA are concerned. And that's what makes me believe that it come off of one of the victims, because of how strong that they emphasize they have the DNA.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Me too, Miss Boone.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
They're going to be watching him like a hawk.
Mm.
And I hope that they don't hold it against him. I really don't. But if he does lose it. Well, guys, again, a lot to talk about still with this person and all of this. And we did quite a bit today. Like I said, I think it was a great stream. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Lisa, as always.
You're welcome. Thank you, all you beautiful, loving people. I love each and every one of you. As Dago says, love yourselves. It's the most greatest gift you'll ever give yourself.
And don't forget,
remember, you are all beautiful, amazing, caring people. That's why I love you all. Take care, everyone, and be kind. Thanks, Joe, once again for having me.
Thanks again for joining me. It's always a pleasure.
Worries.
And I hope you have a very, very, very wonderful
day.
Ms. Boone.
Because it's 8:48 a.m.
Yes, a wonderful day. Rest of your day. You have a whole day to go now.
Yes, I do. All right.
What
Thanks, Joe.
Oh, wow, Liza. See? What if he planted his own DNA in a way it can be invalidated? See? There's too many ways to look at it, guys. But anyway, thank you again, Lisa. I will hope to see you tomorrow.
No worries.
And you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Love you.
Will do. Love you too. Give my love to your wife.
Will
Bye,
do.
all.
Upsets me. I get it, Lena. I do. Oh, absolutely, hon. Absolutely. Thank you, Heather. Again, moderators, amazing, amazing job all day, every day, with everything. Love you guys to death. All you guys, thank you so, so much for joining me today. I love each and every one of you. Beyond a level I can express. You guys are amazing and the beautiful people, as I always say. Again, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other because that's what we got. I hope to see you all again soon. Have a great rest of your day. I believe he went into that house before the murders when nobody was there to film it. Yeah, I agree with you on that one too, Paula. Again, guys, you're more than welcome to throw things in the comments. If you have anything else you want to add to this. But other than that, I will see you all tomorrow. Have a beautiful day. And don't change the people that you are because you're amazing. Love you guys. See you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you, K-Dip.